kommer ikke til at sige noget om indholdet af den, før den er færdig. Så går vi over til her.
KNR. Det er et spørgsmål til Motibe Ede. Hvordan vil du vurdere, rigsfællesskabet står nu oven på de sidste dages tumult?
Altså helt frem til i dag og før alt det, der er sket den sidste stykke tid, så har status quo ikke været en mulighed. Det har vi gjort klart flere gange, også under den dialog, vi har haft længe. Så jeg synes, at status quo ikke er en mulighed. Det er en ny vej, vi er nødt til at gå, og det er faktisk det, der stod og var essensen i min nytårstale. At det grønlandske folk er nødt til at komme videre. Vi kan ikke blive ved med at være der, hvor kolonitiden slænker, stadigvæk trækker tråde, og vi er nødt til at komme videre og tegne den fremtid, som vi ønsker skal tegnes.
Vi står jo snart over for et valg. Kommer der en afstemning om selvstændighed?
Altså, så snart man starter op med at snakke om selvstændighed, så popper det op. Nu kommer der en afstemning snart. Faktisk det, der er sket, det er, at sidste år, så vedtog vores parlament, at man aktiverede paragraf 21 i selvstyreloven. Det vil sige, at den skal aktiveres, og derfor skal vi lave en kommission til at afdække til, hvordan man aktiverer den ordentligt på den mest hensigtsmæssige måde, og man har afsat nogle penge, at en kommission skal sættes i gang, og at hvordan og hvorledes man kan komme med en afstemning skal være. Jeg synes, vi skal køre der, hvor parlamenterne har besluttet tingene. Det, som en regering skal gøre, det er, at en arbejdsgivers beslutningsprocesser skal køres ud i livet.
Så vi tager lige første række her, og så går vi videre. Jeg kender ikke alle her i dag.
Ja, hej. Altinget. Hvordan til Motibe Ede, hvordan påvirker den her forøgede interesse for Donald Trump?
Pure ownership was at issue, and not speech. And I don't think we've had one like that. You're right, but I don't think that the question gets to the essence of your argument, is it? The essence of your argument is you're being asked to divest because of speech, correct?
Correct.
All right. So if I get past that, if I go to Justice Alito's point, which is I don't think it's just about speech, it's about data control. Mm-hmm. If it's about data control, and assume, for the sake of argument, that I believe intermediate scrutiny applies to the data control provision, then your arguments would be different, wouldn't they? They would be under inclusiveness, they would be other arguments, correct?
Well, Your Honor, I think they'd be very similar because I think the nature of our arguments work just as well under intermediate and strict scrutiny. If I could unpack that a little.
No, I'm not going to, because we're going to run out of time, because we're going to need to figure out what intermediate scrutiny means, but I'm not sure it means what you do, which is I don't think any of our cases have ever suggested that we have to use the least restricted means under intermediate scrutiny. In fact, our cases have said we have to use a reasonable means.
And if I could respond to that point specifically, I completely agree it's not a least restrictive means alternative, Your Honor, but you do have to at least consider alternatives. Here, if the concern, let's take the data security concern, which you put your finger on.
I know you want to keep going on, but I can't let you, because I can't monopolize the argument, okay? But let me just get to the bottom of that, all right? You seem to suggest that Congress has to actually look at all of the alternatives and say no. I don't think we have a case that says that.
I am not.
If from the record it's clear that alternatives won't be adequate for whatever set of reasons, isn't that enough?
If the record were clear on that, that might be enough.
Now I take that. Now let me go to the next question and the last.
If I could, Your Honor, just one sentence. If on the key less restrictive alternatives, they had actually considered them and said what you suggested, this would be a different case. But our point is that on the key, most obvious, less restrictive alternatives, a law, for example, that simply prohibits TikTok Incorporated from sharing any sensitive user data with ByteDance or anyone else, there's nothing in the record that suggests they even intermediate scrutiny.
We have a different problem, which is that the record shows that there is no sharing that could happen that wouldn't put the data at security. But we can go past
That's incorrect, actually.
No, because the NSA doesn't.
I'm not talking about the NSA.
Or even anything else. But putting that aside, one last question. Assuming that the covert manipulation issue is one, I think that what remains is, to the Chief's question and Justice Alito's questions, if the covert manipulation is a concern, then the question becomes what kind of burden does it put on TikTok USA? And I think your point is that that requires strict scrutiny because it doesn't permit them to speak to the Chinese government through the algorithm and promote whatever speech it wants to promote through the algorithm, correct?
It doesn't permit them to speak to the American public through the algorithm.
Right.
And promote whatever type of speech they want to promote on the algorithm. And I also think that this covert manipulation is a little bit odd. They're not concerned just with covertness. If all you were concerned with
I'm going to
was
ask
secret,
she about that. How do you disentangle the two things?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Justice Kate? Justice Gorsuch? Justice Kavanaugh?
Just on the data collection interest, I think Congress and the President were concerned that China was accessing information about millions of Americans, tens of millions of Americans, including teenagers, people in their 20s, that they would use that information over time to develop spies, to turn people, to blackmail people, people who a generation from now will be working in the FBI or the CIA or in the State Department. Is that not a realistic assessment by Congress and the President of the risks here?
Well, Your Honor, I'm not disputing the risks. I'm disputing the means that they have chosen. One way, the most direct way to address that, all of this user data sits on data servers in Virginia controlled by Oracle. I'm not talking about the National Security Agreement. What I'm talking about is a law that simply says to TikTok Incorporated and its U.S. employees, you cannot share that user data with anybody. You can't give it to ByteDance. You can't give it to China. You can't give it to Google. You can't give it to Amazon. You cannot give it to anybody under threat of massive penalties. They never even considered that most obvious alternative. And so whether you apply intermediate scrutiny or strict scrutiny, it's not a least restrictive means test, but you got to at least consider the most obvious alternative.
So you acknowledge the risk that Congress and the President were concerned about. You're just saying the means they chose to address that risk were incorrect,
so
not permissible.
I certainly acknowledge the risk, but I think there are lots of reasons, not just the one I just gave, but there are lots of reasons why that risk still can't justify the law. When it sits alongside of the impermissible covert manipulation risk, I think it falls under Mount Healthy. It's no different if they came in and said, we passed this law, one for data security.
I understand that, but just on the data collection, that seems like a huge concern for the future of the country.
And Your Honor, again, it is a concern, two responses. First, it is a concern that can be addressed directly. The reason why there's no evidence in this record about whether that kind of direct prohibition on TikTok Incorporated from sharing sensitive user data with anybody, including ByteDance, the reason why the record is devoid of any evidence of that is because Congress never considered the other side of the balance. And that's the minimum that Congress has to do under the First Amendment. It's got to at least consider the consequences of shutting down a speech platform used by 170 million Americans against the benefits of an alternative, like simply saying to TikTok's employees, you're essentially going to get massive fines, potentially jail sentences, if you share any of that sensitive user data with anybody. Not TikTok, not ByteDance, not China, not anybody else in the world. Yet there's nothing in this record that suggests they even considered that alternative.
What happens after January 19th if you lose this case? Can you just spell that out?
At least as I understand it, we go dark. Essentially, the platform shuts down.
Unless there's a divestiture.
Unless there's a divestiture, unless President Trump exercises his authority to extend it by but he can't do that on January 19th. On January 19th, we still have President Biden. And on January 19th, as I understand it, we shut down. It is possible that come January 20th, 21st, 22nd, we might be in a different world. Again, that's one of the reasons why I think it makes perfect sense to issue a preliminary injunction here and simply buy everybody a little breathing space. This is an enormously...
What do you mean by shut down, too? Can you just spell that out?
So,
if you
the app is not available in the app stores. That's at a minimum. But in addition, what the act says is that all of the other types of service providers can't provide service either. Now, there's enormous consequences for violating that for the service providers. So essentially, what they're going to say is that, I think we're not going to be providing the services necessary to have you see it. So it's essentially going to stop operating. I think that's the consequence of this law, which again is why a short reprieve here would make all the sense in the world. It's an enormously consequential decision, and I think all would benefit if it weren't necessary.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So I just want to, it's kind of following up on Justice Kavanaugh's questions. Let's say I agree with you that some level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out which level of scrutiny applies, and I'm trying to figure out if there's content discrimination. And let me ask you a different question than I did before about the algorithm. I mean, you keep saying shut down. The law doesn't say TikTok has to shut down. It says ByteDance has to divest. If ByteDance divested TikTok, we wouldn't be here, right? If ByteDance was willing to let you go and willing to let you take the source code with you, that would be fine, right? We would not be here.
Well, Your Honor, if ByteDance divested, then the law wouldn't fall on TikTok. But the law, not ByteDance.
But that's because of ByteDance's choice, right? I mean, this is like Justice Kagan's point. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how we account for the reality of third-party choices and the choices of third parties that the whole reason for the law being passed in the first place.
Yeah, Your Honor, I still don't, I think that the way the analysis works is step one, is there a First Amendment violation?
Right.
Step two, you get to the question that we're grappling with. What standard of scrutiny do you apply? Typically, what you do is you ask, is this law content-based? Is it content-based based on its face? Is it content-based in its decision? Here, we know it's content-based on its face because it says what it says. We know it's content-based in its motivation because the government concedes it's content-based in its motivation.
Well, that's not quite what I'm asking. I mean, let's see, that's the dispute between you and the government. Is it content-based if it's about divestiture and not about telling TikTok what content it can display on the platform?
And I think it has to be because I think that really goes to the first question. Does the burden fall on the speaker? If the burden falls on the speaker, that triggers the speaker's First Amendment rights. But the law is in fact content-based, whether it comes in the form of a divestiture or something else. When the law specifically says it's content-based, we're worried about the content on the platform. And when the government tells you that one of our reasons, one of the things that we're worried about is TikTok, not ByteDance, but TikTok Incorporated and TikTok in the United States will, absent the divestiture, have a mix of content that we find objectionable. They will mix around their videos in a way that is too pro-Chinese or too anti-American, and that is TikTok the platform.
Let me just ask you one last question. Why is it impossible to divest in the 270 days, even assuming that the Chinese government hadn't said you couldn't?
Sure, and this is the exchange I was having with Justice Gorsuch. There are two basic reasons. The first is that the underlying source code, that's the source code that comes in here and then has to be converted.
But that's what Justice Gorsuch said, just not ever. So it's not really that you can't do it within the time frame. It's that you really couldn't ever divest because you never are going to get the source code.
Well, let me unpack that a little bit. No, it's that with the underlying source code, it takes a team of engineers to update and maintain that. It would take us many years to reconstruct a brand new team of engineers to do that with respect to the source code. With respect to the sharing of content, that was the different reason. In theory, we could kind of send our salesmen around the world, go to Ireland, go to Finland, go to every country and say, look, you used to automatically get our content, but now you got to separately sign up for our platform.
Last point, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. It's not that you couldn't execute the disentanglement. You could say, we're independent. You just can't recreate TikTok in any kind of way?
Well, I think that any new TikTok would be a fundamentally different platform with different content, which is yet another reason why I think this is a content-based restriction that falls directly on TikTok incorporated itself in our platform.
Justice Jackson?
So I guess I'm back to some of the questions that Justice Barrett and Justice Kagan asked about the sort of threshold issue that you point out, which is there a burden on the speaker? I'm trying to understand what the burden is that you are articulating and whether it really isn't about association and not speech. You say you have in your brief some cases that talk about American speakers being free to choose whether to affiliate with foreign organizations, and the colloquy you had with Justice Kagan made me think that what you're really complaining about is the inability to associate with ByteDance and its algorithm. That it's not really about, if TikTok came up with its own algorithm or bought an algorithm from some other company or devised it or whatever, this law would have nothing to do with them from your perspective. But the problem I think you're articulating, and this is, I'm seeking your clarification.
Sure.
The problem I think you're articulating is that you want to use ByteDance's algorithm and therefore associate with ByteDance, and Congress has prohibited that by requiring divestiture. So isn't this really a right of association case under the First Amendment?
I think it's both, Your Honor. I do think that that is a component of it. We want to use the algorithm that we think reflects the best mix of content. That's the algorithm that reflects the best mix of content. What this law says is we can't do that unless ByteDance exercises a qualified divestiture. But I also think more directly what this law does is it says to TikTok Incorporated, if ByteDance doesn't exercise a qualified divestiture, you have to go mute. You cannot speak at all.
No, I don't think it says that, though. I mean, if TikTok were to post-divestiture or whatever, pre-divestiture, come up with its own algorithm, right, then when the divestiture happened, it could still operate. It doesn't say TikTok, you can't speak.
I think that's theoretically correct, Your Honor, but I think that also underscores the content-based nature of the restriction.
No, but the fact that that's true suggests that you're wrong about the statute being read as saying TikTok, you have to go mute. Because TikTok can continue to operate on its own algorithm, on its own terms, as long as it's not associated with ByteDance. So isn't this really just all about association?
Your Honor, explaining why it's not just about association.
Okay, well, let me just take you down the association path for a second, because if it is about the association of TikTok with ByteDance, then don't we have cases that seem to undermine your view that Congress can't do this? I mean, I thought we had cases about Congress prohibiting association with terrorist organizations, prohibiting association with foreign adversaries. And so why doesn't this fall into that kind of group of our jurisprudence?
Well, at least as I understand all of those cases, they have applied strict scrutiny. The material support statute most definitely applied.
And ultimately,
and when we were on the front lines, when we were in the command post, when we were in the Emergency Operations Center, we carry with us our friends and neighbors. That is what this fight is all about. It's about those friends, neighbors, and loved ones who have fled their homes, those who have lost their homes, those who have lost their lives. To all Angelenos, we are fighting hard for each of you. So here's our city update responding to this natural disaster. LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more. I do want to let everyone know that Griffith Park, including Runyon Canyon, will be closed through Sunday. Yesterday, President Biden pledged his full support for response efforts, including FEMA reimbursement 100% of our disaster response costs. FEMA also launched resources and support for Angelenos impacted by these fires. Visit disasterassistance.gov to apply. We have worked with the governor and Sheriff Luna to secure the National Guard. which will back up and free up our firefighters and police officers and play a key role in securing our evacuation zones to keep people safe and to protect against anyone thinking of taking advantage of this tragedy. People from across LA, the nation, and the world are asking how to help. Yesterday, I spoke of the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund, and today I'm grateful to share that within 24 hours, they have raised $2.5 million from 4,000 generous donors. Visit calfund.org. I also mentioned that Airbnb has been working through the 211 online portal to provide free temporary housing. Now, the demand has been extremely high, and Airbnb has increased their commitment to providing emergency assistance for now 25,000 evacuees, first responders, and others impacted by the fires. Visit 211la.org to get connected. With so many homes and businesses lost, we are already putting plans in place to make sure that we aggressively rebuild. My office is leading the city effort to clear the way. Red tape, bureaucracy, all of it must go. This will be an enormous undertaking, but we will be ready for it because we will not rely on the old way of doing things. For this recovery, we will have, like we have done in other areas, we shake up the system and move forward with new strategies and policies. I don't believe that there is anything that Angelenos cannot do if we stand together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce LA County's 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking our first responders who were focused in the Topanga region yesterday and responded swiftly to the Kenneth fire. Incredible action from firefighters who are giving multiple fires absolutely everything they've got. Initial reports led our department to serious concerns, but we have the absolute best, most experienced teams leading our efforts, and even with the most challenging circumstances and terrain, they have been able to deliver. Next, I want to express my deep frustration with the alert system that is causing confusion and additional panic for our communities at this time of extreme crisis. Whatever the cause, it is unacceptable, and it is being addressed now by the county's Office of Emergency Management, as Director McGowan described. We'll be investigating what happened, how, and why at every level in our exhaustive after-action process to ensure it is corrected. There is a reason why we have redundancies in our communication system. Crises require them. Please sign up for alertla.org, visit emergency.lacounty.gov, and tune into local radio and TV. Our LA media partners have done an incredible job getting the word out, and it's why we hold these press briefings. In terms of overnight updates in the communities I represent, we had a small brush fire of under 5 acres in Pacoima that the fire department knocked out quickly, and we thank them for their bravery and their swift action. The fires continue to have air quality impacts throughout the Los Angeles County region. A smoke advisory has been extended through Friday. To limit exposure, please remain indoors as much as possible, avoid outdoor physical activity, and run your air conditioner or air purifier if you have one. The Department of Public Health's Chief Deputy, Dr. Anish Mahajan, is here and can help answer questions about air quality. The strength and resolve of Los Angeles County residents, as well as our extraordinary first responders from every level of government, as well as our private citizens from across the country and right here in our own county, will be the way we get through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
Thank you, Supervisor. So good morning. The Eaton Fire, current estimated acreage, 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We still have 4,000 to 5,000 structures that may be damaged or destroyed. Once we do our damage inspection reports, we'll get a more accurate number for you. We currently have 1,527 firefighting personnel remaining assigned to this incident. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service, the LA County Sheriffs, along with the Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre Fire Departments, and the Pasadena Police Department. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in Eaton Canyon did make a push towards historic Mount Wilson. This observatory is okay thanks to the efforts of the firefighters and observatory staff, and no buildings have been destroyed at Mount Wilson. A firefighter did suffer a significant fall injury yesterday at the Eaton fire. He remains hospitalized. He's resting comfortably, and he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and we will advise the media once we get the cause determined. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid partners from out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday, or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be to prepare for the next red flag event that is predicted to begin on Monday. I would also like to provide a brief update on the Kenneth fire that erupted yesterday near the Victory Trailhead at the border of Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Thanks to the quick action of first responders and aerial assets, the fire has been stopped. It's currently at 1,000 acres. We have 35% containment, and no structures are reported damaged or destroyed. One important topic I want to talk about is that we did have a drone incursion yesterday at the Palisades fire. Unknown exactly what time this small drone
Hoover Maneuver
hit
has
the
become
wing
a member.
of our CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft that we currently have on contract from the province of Quebec. The pilots were unaware that they hit the drone. It wasn't until they landed at Van Nuys Airport that the maintenance staff noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the leading edge of the wing inboard of the landing light. That Super Scooper will be prioritized for repair 24/7. It should be flying Monday. We only have 2 of them. Everyone should know, all of your viewers, flying a drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal. We do have our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our 2 large fire areas, and they will be able to identify who the operator of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if you fly a drone at one of these brush fires, all aerial operations will be shut down. And we certainly don't want to have that happen. Before I close, I would like to thank Supervisor Barger and Horvath for their unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of first responders who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect our residents and property. Thank you. I would now like to bring up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So I'll just be providing a brief update of the overnight operations of our fires. So Palisades fires. This fire was currently tracked at 20,438 acres with 3,073 personnel assigned. Crews worked very, very hard overnight, strengthening our containment lines and addressing multiple spot fires in and around the Topanga Canyon area. Resources responded to the area included our air assets to aid in the containment efforts. Due to the favorable overnight weather conditions and the diligent, and I'll focus on the diligent work and effort and commitment of our first responders, we can report that the Palisades fire is now 8% contained. Wind gusts are expected to increase in daylight hours that will test our containment lines. Our firefighters will continue to respond to any flare-ups and increase our containment lines. Evacuation orders remain in place. The Hearst fire, due to more accurate mapping and acreage, has been updated to 771 acres with 37% containment. All evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. The Kenneth fire, Forward progress has been stopped with 35% containment at 1,000 acres. All evacuation orders and warnings within the Los Angeles city have been lifted. I personally want to make sure that we thank and show our deepest gratitude to all of our Los Angeles city firefighters and all of our partners as we've been battling these fires for now. We're going into day 4. Thank you to LAPD for assisting us in keeping our communities safe. And lastly, thank you to all of the agencies who have come to aid during this time of help, and it absolutely does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Yeah, now Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning to everybody. This morning we have well over 500 LA County deputies that are assisting continuous with evacuations, traffic control, security patrols, and other humanitarian efforts. They're out there. I hear people calling me. They see a lot of black and white police cars rolling with lights and siren. They're out there working. That's what they're doing. They've been actively patrolling the evacuated areas and are increasing their presence to deter any burglary or looting activity that may occur. Just to summarize on evacuations for all the fires that we're dealing with, evacuations orders stand at approximately 153,000 residents that are under evacuation orders and approximately 57,830 structures at risk, and then evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents under both warnings, or I'm sorry, those are just specifically for warnings. What I want to go to next, and we started talking about this last night, is a curfew. A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect. It was in effect last night, and it's going to be in effect tonight at 6 p.m. So it ended at 6 a.m. this morning, will take effect again until 6 p.m. I'm emphasizing that to our media partners because part of this is communicating to the public. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest. That is important. We're not doing this to inconvenience anybody. We're doing it to protect the structures, the houses that people have left because we ordered them to leave, and I want them to feel confident that we are doing everything we can to secure that. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any burglaries or looting in the area that the residents have evacuated. The only people that will be allowed in these areas are disaster workers, okay? I just want to make that clear because we have other people trying to get in there. And by the way, media partners who have legitimate media credentials, yes, you may enter those areas unless it's very, very unsafe and somebody tells you not to for that reason. Again, just specifically, anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under LA County Code Section 2.68320, and conviction may result in a fine up to $1,000 or jail time. And I'm telling you right now, I know people talk about no bail, and I've given direction that if somebody's caught doing this, they are not going to get cited and released. They're going to get booked. We are not screwing around with this. We don't want anyone taking advantage of our residents that have already been victimized. The National Guard deployment. As many of you are aware, we asked for the National Guard. I'm very thankful to Governor Newsom and the State Office of Emergency Services that fulfilled that request. As of last night, we've had National Guardsmen assisting us. They arrived last night and deployed to the Eaton fire area, and we're assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection. As additional Guard personnel arrive, and they will be in the next 12 to 24 hours, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment with other partners such as the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa, and Arcadia. Those are the requests we have now. That may grow. We'll adjust as time goes on. I want to make sure that if anybody needs updated information on either evacuation orders or warnings or road closures, they go to lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I am going to be introducing Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires, and that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire, and they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth Fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division along with Ventura County sheriffs, who was the lead in the Kenneth Fire investigation, but they responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation. This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this and helping us bring this person to our attention, and so we can have an ongoing investigation. The second point I want to talk about is for any of those people looking for loved ones or missing people related specifically to the Palisades fire. Now, the county is also doing this for the Eaton fire, but for the city of Los Angeles, we've stood up a family assistance center. This center is located at Chevy Hills Recreation Center, and it's at 2551 Motor Avenue. It's going to be open today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will have 10 officers there ready to receive anyone who needs to report a missing person related to the Palisades fire. We will also have the American Red Cross, the Mayor's Crisis Response Team, the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, and the LA County Department of Mental Health. They will be there to help support, answer questions, and provide information as necessary. Again, I just want to emphasize this is for missing people related to Palisades fire. This is not for any other issues related to the fire. LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in the areas impacted by the fires. We're patrolling these areas to deter criminal activity and to continue to ensure public safety. Today, we're deploying 210 officers in these impacted areas. This deployment includes our partners from LA Port PD and LAWA PD, and I'm thankful for their support. Again, protecting our homes, businesses in evacuated and vulnerable zones are our priority, and we will continue to ensure that no one takes advantage of these situations. You've heard this message before, but I'm going to say it again because it's so important and so critical. Looting has zero tolerance. Looting or exploiting in the disaster areas will not be tolerated. Anybody caught looting or committing crimes in the affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We'll remain vigilant and patrol these areas and ensure that we can mitigate any activity like this. And again, if you haven't already done so, you will start seeing in the city of Los Angeles the National Guard being deployed at the Palisades fire. Their role is going to be traffic control, managing roadways to ensure access to affected areas is restricted to authorized personnel only. They're going to be manning critical infrastructure security, as well as doing checkpoints and verifying credentials for those for ingress and egress. And lastly, these measures, controlling access, they are necessary. I just want the communities to know they are necessary for public safety and for proper community recovery. They are inconvenience, but it's something that we have to do. Residents are encouraged to call 911 if they see any suspicious activity. Law enforcement, National Guard, and other first responders are here to support this community and ensure their safety in a difficult time. Our commitment remains steadfast to restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as possible. Your cooperation and resilience from the community are greatly appreciated. Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you and good morning. The District Attorney's Office will be considering up to now 5 different types of cases that will eventually be presented from law enforcement. Let's start with arson. If it is determined that there is a man-made and intentional setting of any of the fires involved in this situation, the people who committed this arson will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. Right now, obviously, law enforcement and the firefighters are focused on containing these properties, saving lives, saving homes. But eventually we will get to the causes of those fires, and in that part the DA's office will be working with law enforcement to go after anyone who is guilty of the crime of arson. Second types of crimes. If people are going to violate this curfew restriction and they get arrested, they will be prosecuted. Let me back up what the sheriff has said. In order to protect the homes of people who've been ordered to leave those homes, the sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. Third issue, looting. Looting is a despicable crime. For the people who've already been arrested, please know that this is not going to end well. You will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I'm sending this warning message out again. If you want to take and go ahead and take advantage of people who have tragically suffered enormous losses in this county, the district attorney's office, working with law enforcement, will make sure you are arrested, you are prosecuted, and you are maximally punished. Drones. If you're thinking that it's fun to send a drone up in the area for your own amusement, or you want to get information that nobody else can get, and you do it in one of these areas that for which drones are not permitted, I'll repeat one more time. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the last type of crime that we'll be looking at are scams, and we're already seeing them. We're seeing people being targeted in GoFundMe scams by people who are trying to entice people to give money to people who have suffered, when the people who are arranging this GoFundMe page are nothing but scammers. You must be aware of who you are being approached by and who you actually can go ahead and give your money to if you want to help them. We're going to see that eventually with insurance scams. We'll see it with government benefit scams. And yes, they are going to target the people who have been tragically affected, and you cannot allow them to do it. I would suggest that if you want internet resources and who to give money to, go to recovery.lacounty.gov. It has a whole list of organizations that you can, if you want to, contribute to, and it does it in both English and Spanish. Also, you can go to the LAFD.gov's website as well. But my message to the public is beware. These scammers look at this as an opportunity. Do not let them take advantage of you. And one more message to the scammers: you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the maximum extent possible. I'd like now to introduce California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the insurance commissioners from across the nation and the international insurance supervisors who have offered assistance and support during this difficult time. My heart goes out to my fellow Angelinos and to the firefighters currently battling these blazes. Let me be clear, my top priority is to protect all affected people during this crisis and assist in their insurance recovery. My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to as soon as possible. I understand that this may be new and the extent of the calamity here in Southern California, and compounded by the insurance and financial stresses that these wildfires have caused. However, at the Department of Insurance, we have been confronting wildfires and other natural disasters throughout our entire state for a very long time, making us, unfortunately, response experts. Now is the time for you to focus on your family and on your health. The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance. Here's what I've done to protect our wildfire victims to date. I am using my moratorium power to stop all non-renewals and cancellations. Last night, I issued a bulletin to protect homeowners affected by the Palisades and Eaton fires from non-renewals and cancellations by your insurance companies for 1 year, under a moratorium law that I wrote while I was serving in the state Senate. This covers you even if your home wasn't destroyed or damaged in the wildfire. You can visit insurance.ca.gov to look up your zip code if you are near these wildfires and obtain that protection. I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started. This means that if you've received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance between October 9th and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder. I call upon all property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery. In my notice, I also urged insurers to extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas directly affected by the wildfires, enabling Angelenos to pay their home insurance premiums amidst the challenges that they are currently facing. And if your policy was not renewed, or if you don't have coverage, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. We can help you find additional solutions. I have also directed my department's enforcement team to protect Angelenos from fraudsters targeting wildfire survivors and to assist with the ongoing evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College. We will have experts from our staff and representatives from insurance companies available so homeowners can obtain answers and take the action they need in one convenient location. Again, call us at 1-800-927-4357 to schedule a one-on-one appointment with our experts. Related to health, I've issued an additional notice to all California health insurers directing them to submit emergency plans to my department. These plans must detail how they're going to ensure that consumers can continue to access essential medical care and obtain their medications in the wake of these disasters. I've been in constant communication with our county leaders, governor, the legislative leaders, and our congressional delegation to identify best ways to expedite our recovery, reduce wildfire risk, and build a more climate resilient state and communities. Making homes and communities safer from wildfires needs to be a top priority for our state. Looking forward, I'm going to ask the governor and the state legislature to support my proposal to provide consumers with home hardening grants. We need to put money in people's hands. This measure is critical to protecting homes and improving long-term resilience against wildfire risk. We are also going to be introducing legislation to include businesses in our moratorium law. Businesses are an important consumer of insurance and the financial backbone of many communities, and they also need this vital protection. Newly enacted insurance reforms are now in effect to make insurance rates more stable and predictable. My sustainable insurance strategy mandates that insurance companies expand and maintain coverage in high wildfire areas if they are going to use forward-looking catastrophic models and incorporate the reinsurance cost in the rate making, which my department just finalized in December. Why is this important for our residents? It ensures that Californians in wildfire-prone areas retain access to insurance and brings competition back into the market and ultimately lowering the cost. Without these measures, insurance companies may continue non-renewals, leaving communities at greater risk of underinsurance and total loss of coverage. Even with these devastating wildfires, I want to be clear, I am confident that these reforms will keep us on track to modernizing our insurance market, encourage insurers to return and expand in California, and protect the solvency of our market. We remain the largest insurance market in the nation, 4th in the world. Our goal is to ensure they remain financially solvent and can honor the claim that will stabilize our insurance market in the long run. Now, let me just quickly address issues surrounding the insurer of last resort, which we call the FAIR Plan. It has become clear that reforms are necessary as the coverage maximums have not changed in 30 years. I recognize that for some Californians, the coverage limits, even the ones that we've already implemented, are still very low. Under my strategy, we have also ensured the creation of a stronger, more sustainable FAIR Plan with the long-term financial strategy to withstand the challenging fires we are experiencing today. Let me be clear, once the fires are brought under control, we will get data directly from the insurance industry and the FAIR Plan about claims filed, as we have on all the other fires that may or may not happen. We are focused on maintaining the FAIR Plan's financial health while getting people back to the regular market where they belong. In closing, our actions are focused on ensuring that the insurance companies meet their commitments to the consumers, that Californians are protected, not just in this crisis, but beyond. We are here to help. Please call us. We speak multiple languages in whatever language you feel comfortable. Insurance can be complicated. We are here to help you decipher your policy and help you understand what your rights are as consumers. Please call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can use our live chat feature on our website at insurance.ca.gov. Together, we will get through this, I can assure you, and thank you.
LA County Assessor Jeff Prang.
Good morning. Right now, government is very focused on bringing these fires under control, but in the coming days, the focus will return to recovery. Initial reports suggest that 10,000 properties have been damaged or destroyed, with hundreds more likely to be discovered in the coming days. I appreciate that property taxes are not high on the list of things to worry about right now, as so many are focused on housing and safety, but financial issues will soon become a major issue for the victims of the fires. Under California law, if your property, your home or your business has been damaged or destroyed, you may qualify for property tax relief under the Misfortune and Calamity Program. This program allows my office to reduce your assessed value of your property, which is what your taxes are based upon, to reflect the damage. Here are the key details. To qualify, the damage needs to exceed $10,000, and you must file a claim within 12 months. Once filed, we will investigate and verify the claim, determine the cost to cure, and then reduce the assessed value effective the date of the damage occurred. The reduction remains in place until the property is repaired, rebuilt, or undergoes a change in ownership. It does seem clear that we may need legislative help to ensure maximum benefits to victims, and I'm glad some legislators are here today. We look forward to talking to them about making some of those fixes. The filing of this claim also facilitates coordination with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, allowing taxpayers who pay property taxes directly, that is not through an impound account with their mortgage lender, to defer their current year property taxes without incurring penalties or interest. We are working closely with our county partners to identify impacted properties and will assist homeowners and businesses through every step of this process. For all claims, we aim to do that, process them as quickly as possible. Once the tax roll is updated, the auditor controller will recalculate the taxes. If you're due a refund, it will be issued, or if taxes remain owed, an adjusted bill with new due dates will be sent. My staff, who's here, has handouts with a lot of the information these programs detailed. I did want to also emphasize that you should not pay anybody to access these services. My office provides them all for free, and we can be reached at assessor.lacounty.gov or at 213-974-3211. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore Merrill.
Good morning. Thank you. FEMA and the U.S. Fire Administration remains on the ground to support the response and recovery efforts here for these fires. And I just want to have a reminder, as the mayor said, President Biden, through a major disaster declaration, has committed to cover cost associated with these fires at 100% for 180 days. For those who are affected and individual assistance, you can go to disasterassistance.gov, or if you prefer, to call someone, speak to someone directly. It is 1-800-621-3362. Our hearts remain with those who are affected, and certainly with the firefighters who continue the fight on the front lines. Helen, I'll turn it back to you.
Closing remarks by Chair Barker.
Thank you. In closing, I just have to say that this is called One Voice, and it's One Voice because while it's focused on unincorporated Altadena and I know Palisades and Pasadena, we're working with our state and our federal partners to ensure that we are providing all the resources necessary. So I want to acknowledge people that are here today. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, our colleague who's here to support us. Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo, Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negrete, Assembly Member Jess Gabriel, and Assembly Member Jessica Caloza, who are here. Did I miss anybody? I think that's... So again, I want to thank you all, and with that, we're going to take maybe one question because I know we've got to run out to Altadena, but go ahead.
Okay, why don't we go? Can we just, Supervisor, I'm so sorry, we'll just get a couple over here. Just 2 or 3. We'll do, by the way, we will do one-on-one interviews afterwards, okay? Yeah. I will help you get the information you need. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for Mayor Bass. Jonathan Bigliotti with CBS News. Yesterday, you asked for the public's patience as you assess the response. As you well know, then millions of people received false alarms. It's been acknowledged here in this room that many may now be deactivating their alerts on their phones. I have heard from many people who are ignoring them altogether. We have red flag warnings still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust and to make sure these mistakes don't happen again?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
I would like that from you. I don't, you're the top official here.
So let me just be clear. I am going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together.
You are deflecting from the question. You have millions of people here who get these alerts. They are ignoring them. You still have red flag warnings in effect. There is a real threat here. What is your message to your constituents who are losing faith? You started this entire...
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our #1 job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united, we're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. One over here.
Bob DeCastro from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Just to follow up on that, because even after yesterday that errant message was sent out to Los Angeles County, some 10 million people, overnight people were still receiving many messages, and we were even fielding calls from our own newsroom from people as far as San Bernardino that were receiving calls. You have no idea why people are getting these alerts and being startled in the middle of the night when they're already on edge in the Inland Empire. Why has that happened? You have no idea. And you also ask that people verify and get onto a website. Not everybody has the ability to jump on a website when they're panicked to try and figure out whether or not this is an actual alert.
Thank you, and I appreciate the thoughts you're sharing and the question. I would take a second to explain how the alert system works. There's an interface, and you activate that interface with what type of an alert you're going to send, an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, and you identify a geographical area. After you initiate that message package is sent into what is the Integrated Public and Alert Warning System aggregator. That then transitions, I'll call it for lack of better terms, into a cloud that connects with all of our cell service providers. The root cause analysis is trying to establish where along that sequence there is an error going on. And in addition to that,
as we go further north and west along the ridge line, is that all just taken out? It's a little smoky still, but yeah, up in there. Okay, go west a little bit more. Now come down. What about all in there? So that's getting into the Altadena area, if I'm not mistaken. That's fine. Exactly. You know, we're just trying to assess what we have here. Almost everything's gone there, right? That might be a good place to start. I don't know that it's...
As someone who has communities that are on edge, that are lined up, and I'm sure Mayor Gordo has the same situation going on as well. They're on pins and needles thinking that they're next. So we're drilling down right now, and the way it's described to me is there are towers that are now powering up, and it's up in this cloud. It's kind of like when you send an email and it goes into draft, and then once you hit internet, it gets sent. Similar, but my question is, why can't we turn it off? And the answers we're getting are not satisfying. I'm not making any excuses. It's unacceptable. And it is frustrating because we are asking people to trust us, to believe us when we say evacuate. So if we're going to tell them to evacuate, we better make darn sure we're targeting the right people. So don't think we're taking this lightly. I'm not. And I know that my residents aren't. So I hear you loud and clear. The frustration you're hearing from me is based on the frustration I'm hearing as well from my constituents who are asking, when we get it, is it going to be legitimate? Should we listen or should we ignore? Or disable altogether? I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I told Kevin McGowan that. To tell people to go on a website when they may not have access to an internet is absolutely absurd, and that is, quite frankly, not something that I am recommending. Obviously, for those that want to find out where the evacuation centers are, or I mean the evacuation locations are, they can go on there, and it is an accurate map. But I'm not going to tell people, if you get the alert, go on and check. I mean, I think that we need to fix this problem so that, in fact, when an alert goes out, it is a legitimate alert that people can listen to. So I hear you. I hear that criticism. I personally, when I heard it, didn't feel that I was going to tell people, well, if you get it, just go on a website. They can, but that's not going to satisfy the frustration that people have. So I just want to make it clear to you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. We are at time. We're over time. Thank you. We will do one-on-ones. If you need assistance, please come see me or a member of the team. Thank you, speakers, again. Thank you all for attending.
The best remedy for problematic speech is counter speech, and TikTok says it could even live with a disclaimer on its website saying this can be covertly manipulated by China. In case anybody were left in doubt after today about that possibility. So you're saying that won't work because?
That won't work because it is such a generic, generalized disclosure that it wouldn't put anyone reasonably on notice about when it's actually happening. And the example I've been thinking about is...
argument is that the average American won't be able to figure out that the cat feed...
example, in part because a newspaper is a one-way channel of communication and is generally understood to represent to some extent its publisher's views, maybe the court would more readily infer that a regulation targeting that is actually aiming to target content. But I don't think the court could draw the same conclusion here.
I'm not talking about the compelling interest or any of that. I'm talking about the tailoring. And you're saying we have no alternative but to stop this speech altogether. We can't rely on disclosure. But you say that wouldn't apply to Politico or to the Oxford University Press because?
In the circumstance where you have a newspaper that is understood to reflect its publisher's views, then you might think that disclosure would be a more adequate remedy there because it's not just holding itself out as a forum for speech between other people. I think social media platforms do raise distinct interests in this regard because what people think when they're engaging with TikTok is that it's organically feeding them videos based on the recommendation engine. And if actually China is behind the scenes engaging in this kind of covert operation, it does prevent a distinct national security risk. Of course, the other big difference with a newspaper is it's not likely to be collecting sensitive personal information about 170 million plus people and then having the capacity to send that back to a foreign adversary.
General
Preloger, can I, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, did I understand you to say a few minutes ago that one problem that ByteDance might be through TikTok trying to get Americans to argue with each other?
That it might be just trying to foment
they do, I say they're winning.
Or dissent. That might very well be true, Mr. Chief Justice, and I think the point I'm trying to make is that China is a foreign adversary nation that looks for every opportunity it has to weaken the United States and to try to threaten our national security. And if it has control over this key communications channel, it's hard to predict ex ante exactly how it's going to use that as a tool to harm our interests. But we know it's going to try, first and foremost, by seeking to get the data of these American users, which would be of a piece of all of the activity the PRC has already undertaken to breach our laws, hack OPM, for example, and exfiltrate the background files and security clearances of 20 million government employees, the breach of Equifax to get sensitive financial data, Anthem to get sensitive healthcare data. We know that the PRC has a voracious appetite to get its hands on as much information about Americans as possible, and that creates a potent weapon here because the PRC could command that ByteDance comply with any request it gives to obtain that data that's in the hands of the U.S. subsidiary.
Thank you.
Suppose that TikTok had no connection whatsoever with any foreign government. It was owned instead by an immensely, immensely rich multinational corporation, and Congress concluded that this multinational corporation really has it in for the United States and is going to use this extremely popular platform to do everything it can to undermine the United States in all the ways in which you think that TikTok may pursue at the direction of the PRC. Would that be the same case?
I think there would be a first-order question of whether the multinational corporation itself has First Amendment rights.
All right, it's an American corporation.
So if it were an American corporation, I think that, and Congress disagreed with the viewpoints or content the corporation would display, obviously that's a direct regulation of protected speech and it would trigger strict scrutiny. I think that's different in kind from what Congress was worried about here, which was not regulating speech as such, but instead regulating foreign adversary control.
So your argument depends on the fact that what is at bottom here is the People's Republic of China using TikTok. That's what your argument depends on. If this were an American corporation, it'd be an entirely different thing.
Exactly. And the reason we know the statute is different is because all of the same speech that's happening on TikTok could happen post-divestiture. The Act doesn't regulate that at all. So it's not saying you can't have pro-China speech, you can't have anti-American speech. It's not regulating the algorithm. TikTok, if it were able to do so, could use precisely the same algorithm to display the same content by the same users. All the Act is doing is trying to surgically remove the ability of a foreign adversary nation to get our data and to be able to exercise control over the platform.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to respond to Mr. Fisher's argument about the rights of Americans to receive information, say, from the PRC or anyone else, and that even if ByteDance did not itself have First Amendment rights, that Americans would have a First Amendment right to receive that information in the Lamont sense.
Yes, so I think that Lamont reflected a principle that there can be a right of American listeners to receive information, and if Congress is directly regulating that based on disagreement with the speech that's being sent into this country, that's obviously going to trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. But here, I think the users have to be asserting a different type of interest, because what Congress was safeguarding against was not the ability of TikTok to continue to operate or the users to post content. It was focused only on foreign adversary control. And so the users would have to demonstrate that they have some unqualified First Amendment right to post on a platform that's controlled by a foreign adversary. And also use it for covert influence operations of whatever form. And I don't think there's a First Amendment right to do that.
I was trying to think of whether there's a historical analog here, and this is what I came up with, and you can tell me whether it's fallacious. In the mid-20th century, we were very concerned about the Soviet Union and what the Soviet Union was doing in this country. And the Communist Party of the United States at that time was integrally attached to the Communist International, which was essentially a Soviet operation, right? So if Congress had said, oh, it's very nice, we can have the Communist Party USA, but it has to divest, it has to completely divorce itself from the Comintern and from any international ties that it has Do you think that that would have been absolutely fine? And so if the answer is yes, yes, it would have been fine, it's just like this case, or if the answer is no, why is it not like this case?
So I guess I think I would need to know more information about how the international organization is able to exercise control over the American affiliate. And if it had the capacity, for example, to, in an unqualified fashion, gather data from that affiliate in a way that was going to jeopardize our nation's security.
Well, I'm talking more about sort of the content. Let's put the data collection piece of this aside, which seems not very pertinent to my 1950s analog. But very concerned about the kind of speech that the Communist Party was making in the United States, and it turns out that that content was pretty well scripted someplace else.
I think if it was specifically a concern about the content, then that would trigger heightened scrutiny under the First Amendment. We're not trying to run away from that principle here. Instead, we're making, I think, a narrower argument.
Well, then I think that you're a little bit, I think you've just given your thing away, because content manipulation is a content-based rationale. We think that this foreign government is going to manipulate content in a way that will that concerns us and may very well affect our national security interests. Well, that's exactly what they thought about Communist Party speech in the 1950s, which was being scripted in large part by international organizations or directly by the Soviet Union.
I disagree that the concern with covert content manipulation is itself content-based, or that it looks anything like the kinds of laws this court has previously said are content-based. The court most recently in City of Austin said you only have a content-based law when Congress is setting out to discriminate against particular subject matters or particular viewpoints. So it's not enough that the law is regulating in the space that involves content in some way. You have to have this motive by Congress to actually want to suppress speech on certain topics or certain viewpoints. Here, Congress just wants to cut the PRC out of the equation altogether, and all of the same speech could continue to happen on the platform. It's like patching up a backdoor vulnerability that the PRC has that we can't totally see around all the corners to imagine how it could use it against our interests, but we know the PRC will do whatever it can to try. And I think that is different in kind from imputing to Congress some motive to specifically get more speech on certain topics or with certain viewpoints. This law was passed by broad bipartisan majorities in both houses of Congress, and our legislatures and our legislators don't always agree on everything. I think it's unlikely that all of them had exactly the same views about what's good content on TikTok or what are good viewpoints. They weren't united on that. What they were united around was the idea that it is a grave threat to our nation if the PRC can itself behind the scenes be controlling how this platform operates.
Why doesn't this act classify on the basis of speaker?
I do think that when it comes to the PRC and ByteDance, you could treat this as a speaker-based restriction.
And aren't speaker-based restrictions almost always viewpoint-based restrictions, content-based restrictions?
The court has said it depends. It hasn't applied an inflexible rule that any time you are regulating certain speakers, you are invariably regulating based on content. Instead, the court has said it warrants closer consideration. And here, if you look at the U.S. speakers, TikTok US and the users, none of them are being regulated in a way that suggests it's disagreement with their content. It's all about what our foreign adversary is doing.
It's hard for me to think of situations, maybe they exist, where our classification based on speaker is not viewpoint or content-based restrictions. I mean, somebody says, Joe can't talk anymore. We're going to shut Joe up. And we don't know what he's going to say tomorrow or 2 weeks from now. We don't know what he's going to discuss, but whatever he says is bad because Joe is a bad person. I mean, that's viewpoint and content-based, isn't it?
I think when it comes to a foreign adversary, it's not right to view it that way. And the reason for that, again, is this is a sophisticated adversary nation, and we can't just simplistically say, oh, what the PRC is going to want is to see more pro-China content on this app. As Chief Judge Srinivasan observed, there are various ways that the PRC could try to create some kind of false flag operation and actually promote anti-China content, not to dictate how Americans should think about things, but simply to create some trumped-up justification for a military or economic action that the foreign adversary wants to take against us. And I don't think a concern with trying to ward off that capability.
Why isn't that viewpoint or content still? We don't know what the content's going to be, but we know it, Joe, is bad.
Because I think the better classification is to recognize that what we're trying to prevent is not the specific subject matter, the specific viewpoints, but the technical capability of a foreign adversary nation to use a communications channel against this.
I guess I'm just struggling how covert content manipulation isn't content-based restriction.
So
I mean,
again,
the word,
because
it's kind of hard to avoid the word content. And it's kind of hard to avoid the word viewpoint here, isn't it?
I don't dispute that it's related to content, but I don't think it reflects Congress seeking to set out in advance what kind of speech we should have reflecting certain views on certain topics. Instead, it's about trying to close off a vulnerability that our foreign adversary nation could exploit. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that even if you thought this was content-based, all that means is that we're in strict scrutiny. And as the DC Circuit recognized here, we think that this law serves compelling national security concerns that sound in some of the same arguments I'm making here and that have a long-standing correspondence to history and tradition of trying to prevent foreign control.
And then we get to the question whether there's a less restrictive means. I get that, and whether disclosure might suffice. On the data security point, your friends on the other side make the argument that if that were the concern, Congress could ban TikTok US from sharing data with anyone, and on pains of penalties that would put people in prison and shut the company down in the future, as the government did, for example, with Arthur Andersen. Why isn't that a less restrictive means available?
So I was surprised to hear petitioner offer that up today, because there was a long course of discussion between the executive branch and ByteDance and TikTok leading up to Congress's enactment of this act that spanned over 4 years, an extensive conversation about what limitations could be placed to protect Americans' data. And it was never a suggestion that there would be any way to create a true firewall that would prevent the U.S. subsidiary from sharing data with the corporate parent. And the reason for that sounds in the technological features of this application. I think there can be no reasonable dispute that the source code development and the maintenance of this algorithm rests in China, which is why China has sought to try to control export restrictions with respect to the algorithm. And what that means is you need substantial data flows between the companies in order to continue to modify that algorithm, refine it, and so forth. So I don't think that that was an option ever on the table, including with respect to the proposed national security agreement that was insufficient in protecting our data privacy and security concerns.
That didn't come across enough in the briefs. If we are in the world of data protection as opposed to content control, I think it's hard to get around the post-divestiture provision that says you can't do business with them on the algorithm, because that very much is content-based. It's a content-based restriction. But what you're saying is you can't do it for a data control reason, meaning that you can't really run their algorithm without sharing the very data that we are concerned about as a threat, correct?
That's right, Justice Sotomayor, and you don't have to take my word for it. You can look at the specific terms of the National Security Agreement that ByteDance itself proposed. The relevant definition of the accepted data is at JA 239 to 240, and it references categories of information that would, of necessity, technological necessity and business necessity, have to flow back to China. And the relevant categories are in the sealed appendix, but I would really encourage the court to look this up because it's eye-opening. It is at the Court of Appeals sealed appendix 249 to 252 and 254. If you look at that information, it was a wealth of data about Americans that was going to have to go back to China in order for the platform to just continue its basic operations. And there's a legitimate commercial justification for that, but it creates this gaping vulnerability in the system because once that data is in China, the PRC can demand that ByteDance turn it over and keep that assistance secret. And the one final point on this is that ByteDance was not a trusted partner here. It wasn't a company that the United States could simply expect to comply with any requirements in good faith. And there was actual factual evidence to show that even during a period of time when the company was representing that it had walled off the U.S. data and it was protected, there was a well-publicized incident where ByteDance in China surveilled U.S. journalists using their location data, this is the protected U.S. data, in order to try to figure out who was leaking information from the company to those journalists.
General, you want us to look at that, and you get to look at it, but your friends on the other side don't get to look at it. That doesn't seem fair.
That's the sealed appendix, Mr. Chief Justice, so it's their information. They can look at it. It's just under seal to protect their proprietary business information.
General, so I want to go back to the discussion about content discrimination, and we're going to shut Joe up. Here, it seems to me like we are saying to ByteDance, we want to shut you up. And so let's say that I think that that is content discrimination based on speaker. Tell me if I think that, tell me if I have to conclude that it is also speaker-based discrimination and content-based discrimination for TikTok.
No, it is not. And the reason for that is because it would be an anomalous principle to say that an entity outside the United States that can't assert its own First Amendment rights can somehow manufacture that right through the expediency of forming a U.S. subsidiary, especially one that it wholly controls.
So you don't have to stand on that argument that you were having with Justice Alito and Justice Gorsuch to still have your point about content discrimination.
That's right. And I think if you're focusing in on the relevant U.S. entities here, TikTok U.S. and the users themselves, this act isn't regulating them in any way. It's not trying to dictate the algorithm that TikTok U.S. can use. And in fact, Congress, I think, was doing everything it could to preserve access to TikTok in the United States in recognition that Americans enjoy expressing themselves and building community on the site.
One last quick question. Sorry, just one last quick question. Justice Gorsuch had asked your friends on the other side whether the new administration on January 20th could extend the deadline. What's your position on that?
So I think it tees up a statutory interpretation question of whether there can be an extension after the time period for divestiture has lapsed. I would think the court might start with its decision in the Hawley Frontier case, which did recognize the ability to get an extension after a lapse like that.
So it's your position that they could?
We have not run it to ground, in part because it's simply not presented here, and I'm not prepared to take a position on that statutory interpretation question. I do want to emphasize, though, that my friends have pointed to January 19th, or 9 days from now, as a moment when TikTok might go dark. At the outset, of course, Congress was hoping to prompt a divestiture, but I think the more important thing to focus on now is that even if that were to happen, Congress specifically anticipated it and provided authority to lift these restrictions as soon as there's a qualified divestiture. And the reason for that is because foreign adversaries do not willingly give up their control over this mass communications channel in the United States. And I think Congress expected we might see something like a game of chicken, ByteDance saying, we can't do it, China will never let us do it. But when push comes to shove and these restrictions take effect, I think it will fundamentally change the landscape with respect to what ByteDance is willing to consider. And it might be just the jolt that Congress expected the company would need to actually move forward with the divestiture process. So it's not irrevocable.
That's an interesting point, and I hope Mr. Francisco or Mr. Fisher, whoever's delivering the rebuttal, will address it. So if we were to affirm and TikTok were forced to cease operations on January 19th, you say that there could be divestiture after that point and TikTok could again begin to operate the way, continue to operate.
That's exactly right. There's nothing permanent or irrevocable that happens on January 19th. And I think that Congress might have thought that we get in a situation here where a foreign adversary is doing whatever it can to just not comply. It's hoping the United States is going to blink first through our court system or through the executive branch getting cold feet about enforcing the law. But Congress set a deadline, and I think it thought that deadline would have a forcing function.
Well, let me ask you a question about your effort to draw a distinction between ByteDance's speech and TikTok's speech. So suppose that the People's Republic of China funds a movie and there is an entity in the United States, a U.S. corporation, that thinks, wow, this is a great movie. And while the PRC would not have a First Amendment right to show it in the United States, would you say that the American company would not have a First Amendment right to do that because whatever expression there is in that movie, it's the PRC's expression, it's not their expression?
No, I wouldn't make that argument, and I want to be really careful.
I thought that was the argument that was being made, no?
No. So our argument is that this is not a direct regulation of protected speech in the first place, or at most it would warrant intermediate scrutiny because of the indirect effects that it might have on the American users or on the U.S. subsidiary. We're not suggesting that if Congress sought to directly regulate and prohibit speech in the United States based on concerns about its content or viewpoint, that's somehow immune from First Amendment scrutiny just because it comes from a foreign source. Obviously, that kind of law is going to trigger strict scrutiny, and I imagine it would be a different constitutional congressional analysis, because it's hard to imagine the same profound national security harms that would exist in that scenario as compared to what we have here.
Thank you.
General, isn't the whole point of the divestiture requirement that the content on TikTok would be different if it was owned by a different company? I'm still struggling with your insistence that this is content neutral versus content based when we have that kind of circumstance.
The reason that I am continuing to try to hold the line on that is because there is nothing in the Act that would directly dictate any different mix of content on TikTok. The U.S. subsidiary could use the same algorithm, show the same content by the same users in exactly the same order. It's not about trying to interfere with the U.S. subsidiary's exercise of editorial judgment in any relevant sense. Instead, all Congress was doing was homing in on the problems of having a foreign adversary be able to interject itself and be able to harvest the data.
But your friends on the other side say that the motivation for doing that is because the foreign adversary might influence or change the content. So content is, I mean, content matters, doesn't it?
I think that content was relevant to Congress's concern about an adversary having control over the communications channel. I think not, again, because of any particular concern about viewpoints or subjects, but just that this would be
isn't that relevance enough to trigger at least some scrutiny, with a heightened scrutiny from the standpoint of our legal tests?
I certainly understand that intuition, and if the court thought that it were prudent to simply try to rule narrowly here and not dictate broader First Amendment principles, we have no problem with the court assuming that heightened scrutiny applies. We think the law easily satisfies it. We do think that intermediate scrutiny is a more appropriate framework for this kind of law that's not directly targeting protected speech. But in any event, there's a compelling national security interest here, and the law isn't just narrowly tailored, it's precisely tailored. It's trying to fix the thing that's creating the problem, which is the PRC's involvement and the Chinese government's ability to exercise this control over the corporate entities.
How are we supposed to think about the two different rationales here and how they interact? The data collection rationale, which seems to me at least very strong, the covert content manipulation rationale, as the hypotheticals have illustrated, raise much more challenging questions for you about how far that goes. And if that alone, if you didn't have the data collection piece, you only had the covert content manipulation piece, and then Mr. Fisher's point, Mr. Francisco's, that Congress would not have enacted this just based on the data collection rationale alone. Just your understanding of how the two arguments fit together.
Sure, and let me walk through our defense of the data protection rationale and why we think it's a full justification for this law, and the court could stop there and then be responsive to their arguments that somehow the interest in preventing covert manipulation somehow taints it. So just on data protection, I think that it should be beyond dispute that, of course, our nation has an enormous interest in keeping the sensitive data out of the hands of our foreign adversary, and it should also be beyond dispute that our foreign adversary has an existing capability through its laws and through the way that these companies are integrated to get its hands on that data. There is no question that Congress was sincerely motivated by that concern. There's a whole lead up to the statute here where the executive branch across two different presidential administrations was expressing concerns about the data problems. Congress was extensively briefed on those problems. It passed a companion data protection statute at the same time that was intended to prevent selling data to foreign adversary nations. The statute is shot through with protections that I think are key to this concern about closing off the vulnerability of access to the data. So that's a sincere justification for Congress's desire here to act. We think it's a compelling interest and it's narrowly tailored. Then you get to the question of what to do about the fact that there's also this interest in covert content manipulation. And in the First Amendment context, this court in cases like Heffron has made clear that once you have a justification that satisfies the First Amendment, you don't need to go further and look at other justifications to decide whether they would independently satisfy First Amendment scrutiny. So I think it's not necessary for the court to go on and probe whether it thinks that covert content manipulation itself independently justifies the law. Now, my friends say that's all fine and good, but they think covert content manipulation is just per se illegitimate. And I honestly don't understand how that argument could carry the day, because just imagine if Congress passed a law that said the PRC can't covertly manipulate TikTok. Obviously, that law is not going to violate any constitutional principle. It's a laudable goal, I think, for our legislature to protect us from foreign adversary interference like that. So there's nothing that's inherently impermissible about wanting to guard against that risk. Maybe you could say that it sweeps in too much protected speech in the way it's operationalized in the act here, but there's certainly no fundamental taint or anything akin to racial discrimination to call into question whether Congress could seek to vindicate that as one of many interests. So I guess to just kind of bring it all together, what I would say to the court is they have basically acknowledged that data protection is a compelling interest. That was Congress's real interest. It provides a sufficient basis on its own to uphold this law. The court could say just that and affirm.
I don't know how we do that unless we accept your argument that the post-divestiture provision that stops them from conferring on the algorithm is not a speech impediment. Meaning it's very hard for me to say that it's not motivate to decide that question, that it is a speech impediment, and one that on its face itself has to be analyzed separately from the data.
So, Justice Sotomayor, let me begin by saying, again, that we do think that an interest in preventing any operational agreement between the U.S. subsidiary and ByteDance, which is the relevant provision you're talking about, is justified by data protection alone. And that includes with respect to cooperation on a content recommendation algorithm, specifically because of the concern that it necessitates data flows between the companies. So I think that as a factual matter, that could justify Congress enacting. But to the extent that you think that actually the prohibition on coordinating with respect to an algorithm reflects some kind of impermissible content-based problem with the statute has a severability clause, and I certainly don't think that it would give the court a basis to invalidate this law or to stop it from operating with respect to all of the provisions that operate to protect data security. At most, it would suggest that that little piece of the law has to be on its own severed from the rest of how the statute operates.
How does that affect whether we would apply, because assuming it's data protection, then I would think that strict scrutiny wouldn't necessarily apply. I could understand applying intermediate scrutiny. But how do we do that with respect to this part, the algorithm issue? How do we get to intermediate scrutiny with respect to that?
The way you get to intermediate scrutiny there is to recognize that prohibiting foreign adversary control over the operations of the platform, including with respect to the fundamental backbone of the system, is not based on any protected speech or content based in the relevant sense. I've been thinking of it as akin to something like a piece of software you might have on your phone that would allow the Chinese government to listen in on every American conversation. If Congress wanted to enact a law that patched up that vulnerability and said, you can't use that piece of software or you can't coordinate with Chinese companies with respect to it, clearly we would recognize that closing off that capability of China is a laudable and, in fact, compelling government interest. And I think when it comes to the risks that foreign adversary control pose here, it's similar in kind. It's simply trying to prevent access by the Chinese government to the TikTok system writ large, and that includes through the use of the algorithm.
Thank you.
Could the president say that we're not going to enforce this law?
I think as a general matter, of course, the president has enforcement discretion.
And would that then adequately, would that be binding? In other words, protect the regulated community such that they could rely on that under due process principles going forward?
That raises a tricky question. So I think there would be
then it's not going to be adequate, right?
Well, I think there is a strong due process argument that the third-party service providers could invoke if there were enforcement action based on a period of time when the president said the law wouldn't be enforced. The kind of
They're not going to take
case,
that risk unless they have the assurance that a presidential statement of non-enforcement is, in fact, something that can be fully relied on, because the risk is too severe otherwise, right?
I think that they might judge that based on this court's precedent in the due process space and principles of entrapment by estoppel, maybe they have a sufficient safeguard here to allow them to continue to operate. I would think even before a non-enforcement policy were announced, of course, the president-elect would want to review all of the updated national security information that has come in over the last 4 years that undergird Congress's judgment here. But the final thing I would say is that even if you think the third-party providers are simply going to choose not to continue to provide these services because it's too much of a risk to take on, again, that's not anything permanent or irrevocable, and that might be just what the PRC and ByteDance need to start taking seriously some of the public reporting about interest in acquiring the company.
At one point, Mr. Francisco suggested that what we might want to do and what he would regard as certainly preferable to a decision affirming on the merits is to issue an injunction pending, I guess, consideration of what we now regard as the cert petition that was filed here. What do you think of that suggestion?
So I think this court doesn't have any basis to enter a temporary injunction unless it thinks petitioners are likely to succeed on the merits of the First Amendment claim. And to be honest, I think that there is no argument to be made that you should find that likely success. This is an act of Congress. This isn't some unilateral action by the executive branch, but it actually was action in parallel between the executive and Congress, where Congress took action to close up a loophole in some of our laws. The executive had tried to force divestiture of TikTok under the Trump administration, but that had gotten tied up in litigation about those authorities. So Congress came in and provided additional authority based on a substantial record, including with respect to the data harm. And I don't see any basis for this court to displace the deadline that Congress set without finding that actually there is a potential First Amendment problem here.
Do you think we have the authority to issue an administrative stay as we have done in other cases, or do you think that the January 20 deadline prohibits us from doing that?
I don't think this court has a formal basis to not issue an administrative stay if it believed that that was necessary to assist in the court's own consideration of the case. And I would obviously defer to the court in whether it has a sufficient time to resolve the case, but we are here ready to submit the case today, and I think it is in the interest of Congress's work and our national security to resolve the case and allow the statute to take effect.
Can I just test to see whether your recollection of what Mr. Francisco said about a warning is consistent with mine? I did not hear him say, he can address this in rebuttal, that it would be acceptable to his client if Congress had said there has to be a stark warning on every TikTok, such as, warning, the Communist China is using TikTok to manipulate your thinking and to gather potential blackmail material. Did you hear him say that that would be okay?
I don't think he's made that concession, but even if he had, I don't think that would address the government's national security concerns. And one of the points here is that it's not just data privacy. So even if you could somehow put users on notice that the PRC could obtain their data and they choose to disregard that, it's not a data privacy interest, it's a national security interest. There's a distinct sovereign harm to the United States if our foreign adversary can collect this massive data set about 170 million Americans. And as Justice Kavanaugh touched on, there are a lot of teenagers using TikTok today who might ignore a warning like that and not really care, but they're going to grow up and they might become members of our military. They might become senior government officials. And for the Chinese government to have this vast trove of incredibly sensitive data about them, I think obviously exposes our nation as a whole to a risk of espionage and blackmail.
Thank you.
I did want to touch briefly on the questions about history and tradition here, because my friends have said several times that the Communications Act of 1934, which we think is roughly analogous to the type of restriction that Congress was seeking to enact here, is justified entirely by concerns about scarcity, how you can't have sufficient bandwidth. And I, of course, recognize that scarcity is what created the need for a licensing regime in the first place. But I think it's important to clarify the historical record here that in choosing to limit foreign control of radio stations, of broadcast stations, Congress specifically cited a concern about national security. That is written into the statute. National defense was one of the listed purposes of having that kind of restriction. And so I don't think my friends can succeed in being dismissive of that concern about history and tradition and what it shows about the national security judgments that undergird this law. The one other factual point I wanted to make, to be responsive to a few points that my friends have touched on, relates to whether TikTok US has the ability to alter this algorithm, whether divestiture is feasible, how ByteDance has manipulated the platform in the past. With respect to the algorithm, I think we're simply talking past each other. We don't dispute that TikTok US might engage in some functions in the United States to customize the algorithm for a US audience. The thing we're worried about is happening long before that over in China, where ByteDance is developing the source code, creating the basic backbone and functioning of the system, and is then blasting out the algorithm for use by the various subsidiaries in their home country. So we're not seeking to regulate any activity that TikTok US is engaged in here. Instead, what Congress is doing is trying to close off the vulnerability of PRC access abroad. With respect to the feasibility of divestiture, my friends have said it would have been impossible to do this within 270 days. You know, at the outset, obviously, there's no inherent impediment to divesting a social media company. We just saw Elon Musk buy X or Twitter in about 6 months from offer to completion. And even with respect to this particular company, I think my friends are not well positioned to complain about the timeline because they've been on notice since 2020 that unless they could satisfy the federal government's national security concerns, divestiture might be required. But in any event, I don't think that the court should fault Congress for trying to balance competing interests here in making sure that there was a period for compliance and trying to preserve access to the platform for Americans while taking steps to safeguard against the risk to national security. Finally, with respect to the question of whether ByteDance has taken action on the PRC's demands, there is evidence in the record that Congress consulted to demonstrate that outside of China, ByteDance has taken action to misappropriate data at the PRC's request. That included efforts to track dissidents in Hong Kong, protesters there, to track Uyghurs in China itself. We know that ByteDance has misappropriated U.S. data with respect to surveilling of U.S. journalists, and there was evidence in the record reinforcing the conclusion that ByteDance has been asked by the PRC to undertake efforts to censor content and manipulate the platform at the behest of the Chinese government. So I don't think there is a factual basis to dispute the record that Congress had before it. If the court has no further questions.
General, if I understood correctly, under President-elect's first term, he passed an executive order requiring divestiture, correct?
That's right.
And this, that was challenged in court and stayed as a result of him exceeding his executive power to do that. But this bill followed a bipartisan investigation, correct?
Yes, that's right.
I am a little concerned that a suggestion that a president-elect or anyone else should not enforce the law when a law is in effect and has prohibited a certain action, that a company would choose to ignore enforcement on any assurance other than the change in that law. But putting that aside, on the 19th, if it doesn't shut down, there is a violation of law, correct?
Yes.
And whatever the new president does doesn't change that reality for these companies.
That's right.
How long is the statute of limitations in effect, assuming that they violated it that day and later continued to violate it? But how long does the statute of limitations exist for a civil violation of this sort?
It would be a 5-year statute of limitations.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. A rebuttal?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, for points, all of which go to why we think this law would fail, whether you applied intermediate scrutiny or strict scrutiny. I'd like to begin with the least restrictive alternative, simply prohibiting TikTok Incorporated from disseminating any of the sensitive user data to anyone, including ByteDance, under the threat of massive penalties. That is definitely a less restrictive alternative. Now, my friend pointed to the NSA negotiations. Well, the sensitive user data that we're talking about and that were of concern in the NSA negotiations were not the type of technical data that she's talking about. The NSA did allow certain types of non-sensitive technical data to go back and forth, but that wasn't anybody's concern. And as we say in page 23 of our briefs, they simply cut off the negotiations without ever raising those concerns. But to be clear, if that's a concern, sweep that into the ban too. Put in that non-sensitive technical data into the ban too. We'll deal with that. It's a lot better than simply being forced to shut down. So that is most definitely a less restrictive alternative that would address data security. We talked about the under-inclusiveness and Temu and Shein, the two large e-commerce sites. Justice Kagan, you might have seen Temu during the Super Bowl. It was heavily advertised. It's one of the most popular e-commerce applications in the United States. It's got 70 million users. Justice Sotomayor, you were asking what they collect. This is from Joint Appendix 339 to 343, the U.S.-China Economic and Security Commission Review Report. Shein relies on tracking and analyzing user data, draws on customer data and search history with the assistance of artificial intelligence algorithms. It requests users share their data and activity from other apps, including social media. So they apparently go into your social media apps and suck up all of the information. Because they're e-commerce apps, they take names, addresses, and credit card information. If you look at the privacy policies on their website, they collect location data. It looks like they might even collect, at some level, GPS location data. So they collect massive amounts of data. Point 3. Their mere covertness argument makes no sense for the reasons that the court explored. If mere covertness were the issue, a disclosure would make perfect sense. Yet they're not concerned about mere covertness. They're concerned, as my friend suggested, with getting Americans to argue with each other. Well, you know, as far as I can tell, that's what news organizations do in this country every single day. That's what we call editorial content. That's what we call content itself. And so it's trained directly on the content. But even if you thought somehow that the mere covertness were the issue, that definitely could be addressed through a risk disclosure. So the data sharing ban, the risk disclosure, those are obvious, less restrictive alternatives. And had the government considered them and rejected them, we would be in a different position. But if you look at this record, those are two less restrictive alternatives that the government did not address at all. Whether you apply strict scrutiny or intermediate scrutiny, that is fatal, because under both standards, restricting speech has to be the last resort, not the first one. And when you fail to consider less restrictive alternatives, you fail under either standard. My final substantive point is we absolutely think this court has the authority to enter an administrative stay. I didn't understand my friend to disagree with that. We think that given the enormity of this decision, given the complexity of this case, it would make perfect sense for this court to enter an administrative stay. I also think you could enter a preliminary injunction. Yes, likelihood of success is one standard, but you don't have to determine ultimate success. And as you do in other related contexts, like with respect to stays, you often make clear that you are not addressing the merits of the case. I think you could do that here. The bottom line, Your Honor, is this case ultimately boils down to speech. What we're talking about is ideas. And my friends on the other side, when you cut through everything else, are ultimately worried that the ideas that appear on the TikTok platform could in the future somehow manipulate Americans, could somehow persuade them, could somehow get them to think something that they ought not be thinking. Well, that whole notion is at war with the First Amendment. If the First Amendment means anything, it means that the government cannot restrict speech in order to protect us from speech. That's precisely what this law does from beginning to end, whether you look at its text, whether you look at the government's justifications in its brief, where they talk about being worried about speech criticizing our leaders or undermining democracy. It's what you see in the House report, which trains specifically on the dangers of misinformation, disinformation, and propaganda. And it's what you see in this legislative record writ large, which is saturated with objections to TikTok's existing content. We ask that you reverse the court below. Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Monday next at 10 o'clock.
I went home. You know, one of them went to like the Red Sea, hung out there, and like a resort for like 3 days. And I'm still blowing up and like at a resort already. I did offer it there. I was like, I could hang out, and they're like, no, I have Lori here, and they were like, hey, so we got people there. And I was like, thank you. Exactly.
No, like, because we were halfway through the conference. They like me in practice. And like right, when we changed the program, sorry to keep it a secret for like, the studio class was like 5 hours. Oh my god. I just telepathically.
Here we go. No.
Get ready.
Just watch out for the TV. That's like a regular book. Yeah.
We should be ready. It makes sense.
Well, no, because they'll strive for the swing. And they won't have border IDs on.
There's a wall.
What do you know? They're coming?
Okay, and they should be coming soon.
Yay.
Photos to send an email. If you have to take a walk about leaving crosswalks here for you to hand over.
Okay.
Assuming he's coming back.
So whenever you get the chance.
There he is.
You say you think somebody's coming out?
Yeah.
They might come out soon. We'll see.
Might.
Unless they.
Should.
Yeah.
We're hearing
We
words
don't-
like should and might.
We don't have 100% confirmation.
Maybe. Supposedly.
Supposedly. Perhaps.
Word on the street.
Hey, how are you?
Stay warm.
Yeah.
Done on Friday.
Getting different.
Did Friday start?
No?
So weird stuff. Is it good now? Like, is
Yeah,
it,
I like it.
You have to.
I wasn't. I didn't even think about it. And then David was like, "Hey, make sure don't forget about the cup." And I was like, "The eye cup." Huh? He's like, "People are really liking it."
You're right. You're sound asleep on the couch.
Exactly.
I picked like 6 just spot. This is the big one too.
Oh, yeah.
Oh no, but if you'd seen you could totally have written me and been like, your stool's inside, do you want it? And I'd be like, yes, I knew.
Yeah. I heard there might be sitting.
I
know. I know you're new to this. I got that kind of recently. I really
Someone said that to you.
So that's Paphos. Yeah, they thought I was staging a photo, which I absolutely was not.
Bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
and I was like, actually, I have a degree in this, and I've been doing it for like.
I mean, you could
5
be
years. Yeah. I've learned this like no line of justification. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a reason I go by Jack trying to fly. Because I started and I was like, I was
glad they have
college,
that.
and I felt like nobody took me seriously. So
I know. It's so great, really. I had.
And then it became a good measure. Because like, especially men can't seem to handle saying Jack a lot.
Sure.
So how soon they change it to Jackie gives me like really good insight into her character.
Go with everybody?
Yeah.
Like,
going on, Mike? Thanks.
And then right after college. I was
Like,
like, in
it's
training.
worth
I
it.
think I want to go try a Jack one out. And I like it.
Yeah, it's a
So
lower
my husband
setting.
calls it Jack one. My son's being
Full
silly.
blast.
He's 8. Oh, that age. Good age. It's kind of my favorite age so far. But I say that most years. But this one's really good. Yeah, Yeah, because he's like, you know, he's a little person, he can do stuff. Yeah. Now, a little longer attention span. Oh yeah, he's so funny. I reach you like cold a little bit.
Yeah. I don't even know what this guy's like. Honestly, like the
General TikTokiness.
No.
I'm confused on this case. Solicitor General. Helping me out. I'm sure I do. I'm sure I'll recognize the person, maybe. You know, one way.
It's not a global shutter, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes,
it is?
Yeah.
The new one is.
Oh no, it's just it's cold. So is your base ISO like 125? No, go ahead and start there. And I'll
Andrew, what'd your little girl think of the snow?
The A1 goes down to 50.
Okay.
But the A9,
That's
3 is 125.
Yeah.
She loved it. Yeah, she was like...
Did you drag her around on one of the little toboggan things?
I had to work, but my wife took her out, and
we have another chance tomorrow.
they're like sprinkling snow in front of her. She's like, more.
Like when I was
It's
little, I was like, oh, it's
very
like
cute.
a small outlet of
The
school
snowsuit
paper.
she
And I
has,
was still
it
getting
like
bullshit.
covers her hands, so she's like, she has no hands.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Another chance tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh God.
This area is such that when your kids get older, you'll buy, and they grow so fast, you buy all this snow stuff, and then
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's over.
And
Yeah.
Then the next year, you buy all the snow stuff, and then it doesn't.
And then when you decide to not buy it, then
Oh yeah, and then it's like, hey, does anybody have food?
You're either like, you're one or the
Nope.
other. You're either like a young kid who no one takes seriously and also everyone's sexually harassing you all the time, or you're like an old lady and you don't exist.
No, you're not even an old lady. You're just too old for that.
Too old for the job, too old for so you're young and not serious.
What happens in your 30s?
There's like a sweet spot, like 35.
I feel like I'm in it right now.
I was about to say, I think you're in it right now.
Yeah. I get both. More now too old.
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous.
It's because they have that 30-year-old emerging thing once you're 30.
Yeah,
So
you
I guess
can't be
you're
over
done.
30, right?
Suddenly you're done.
And I didn't start till I was like 30.
What's that?
She's like, oh, you can still live out, you know? I said, wait, I went home already.
It's coming. She's like, what? Any second now.
I like that she's like the one
Enjoy. Welcome to the land of the section.
Yeah.
It is much better.
It's just because it's more or less.
Yeah. No, this
My cross. It's cool. Can I walk across?
Yeah, can you go in the fountain?
Yeah. There was a day in 2017 a couple weeks ago where the entire wall was women.
Really?
It was like the whole room was women.
That's fun.
Yeah.
My main gripe is like, look at what the assignment is though. Like, it's usually a minor hearing, something small, and then like the work is here, like the whole line is huge. Like that's my main. Like there's no parity until like big assignments with you.
It's really the whole note was one. I was like, this is awesome, but also it was the
At the
yeah.
17th funeral.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I asked him to funeral and they put me today.
Yeah, we'll probably have pictures of
They had a freelance.
Oh,
a guy.
Take it back. Sorry.
I mean, they also had staff.
Yeah.
That's why I like the metric that
Yeah. The night early.
Yeah.
They used to meet and then they were like, oh, this guy, he actually really wanted it. I was like, so did I.
So did I.
Thank God I said that.
They were actually really wanted it. What? Everyone really wants everything. Yeah. Stupid. That cannot be a you.
That was the thing that happened.
This person really wants it.
I had to
Everyone
say,
really wants it.
I had to say, I'm also really excited about it.
And then they're like, oh, okay, you can
oh,
stay.
okay. But also the fact that this guy in the first place had a picture. So
Yeah.
actually, I want it.
Yeah. And use it to it.
I keep records.
Doesn't do you much good.
No, it doesn't. It just takes up space. Yeah.
my brother.
get to walk around the
I
world with that kind of swag.
endearingly. Like my boyfriend totally has it where he's like, yeah, I could circumnavigate the world on a boat. Right. And I'm like, they read your wrist.
Oh my god.
I call my brothers about this, and they're like, oh, we don't have that. And I'm like, yes,
I call it. I always say the line I heard is, what would we ever like to do?
yeah. No, that's why. See, I use it endearingly. Like, oh yeah, you think this? Yeah, that's cute. It's not like I've met like an unconfident like white female that I can like it's just kind of consistent. Like, it's not their fault. I mean,
It's a skill.
like circumnavigating.
Like that's
crazy when you
curious to hear how that goes.
and your feet are touched on the marble, how it's just like sucks the heat right out of your feet.
It's like, oh,
Sure.
all
And
of a
that is
sudden
why
it's like
men
something
apply
sexy. It's
for
like, oh, it's
jobs
not
with things they don't know yet.
Oh, thanks.
Whereas women will never apply for jobs that says,
Thanks for testing.
I already know how to do that. That's why I was saying, email. What would a guy do in this situation? He would email the AP and ask if they had a place for him.
It's true. Every other internship I've had, I've ended up with not by applying. So
Really?
yeah, I didn't apply to the
funny if they acted out the thing on TikTok.
Yeah.
That would be appropriate.
Not to make me sound awful,
Rather
but
than
they hired someone
speak of the
and
bike
then
you're
she
going to do
got
a
approved. Yeah, great ticket. And then I guess
TikTok.
they just haven't.
You know what?
Not a bad idea. I mean, it was literally like 2 weeks before. And I
have like 3 people at the top of the interview against you.
I don't know. It was
Literally,
good for you.
yeah,
Yeah, it was
it's
very
not a little
nice.
postcard
It was
to you
really
that
weird. I
says
was also
sorry.
too young for it.
You have to follow.
When I applied for
I was too young for it. I was supposed to be 21. I was still not
this one I applied for
but I was local and I already lived here.
Alabama.
Oh, yeah.
And they didn't even
It's like there's lots of like
call me and said I did like all these rounds of interviews.
And it was really lucky.
Although they'll talk,
And nobody ever said anything.
ask questions.
That was
I made my own first internship.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was on vacation with my dad in Florida. And it was like, I had my portfolio that I had just put together in school.
But then, you know, Bren Anderson, they
I
hired
was like,
her.
oh, look up this newspaper. And I went to
And now
see
she's in
tiny
Atlanta.
newspaper. And I called, and the front desk lady.
And they were trying to get her from DC, and she turned it down. Recently, like when they were trying to, they're trying to transfer somebody over.
And he was like, I don't think we had one, but come in. I'm like, just fill it out.
Mars,
It was the
I would like to think that we.
wait, sorry, I have several different Florida things.
Whenever people say we should be more conservative,
Panama City. Panama City.
there were 3 in North Korea.
Anyway, and I walked in and I met with Robert, and he was like, we don't have an internship right now, but like, I like you, I like your work. He's like, let's see if I can work up something, and I'll call you. And I was like, okay, and I got it, and it was paid. So before I walked in the door, no internship. I walk out the door, internship. Usually that's all I talk when I do like talks to students, because I was like, there's always, they want you to.
But it was funny. That's why when the RIT kids came and I met with them because they wanted to learn about like internships or whatever. And they were like, oh yeah. Application. Like I guess I just didn't know that.
Hold up.
Like it's not
He's a restaurant.
They were talking to you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good advice, but it's not like they want to keep it. I don't know. I remember when I was like, you actually applied for that, you got it. You'd be a better person. I applied for all.
Yeah, but there's like more than one way to.
Yeah. But I didn't realize until taking my engineering senior year how much.
We were chatting and all seeing like kind of
I'm always
I had talked to her last night.
Oh my God.
Which is like so shocking, you know? I did not expect it to him a
I don't like to
say
know
that.
that. I'm like, if you can't read it.
And after he came back, he's like, yeah,
But I don't want to
got
like
home
tell
at like
people advice like,
10
oh, go
o'clock
do
last
this.
night and everything was closed and I don't want to make
I think you do it, but the key is you need to.
yeah, so Taco Bell. The logical choice.
Because people can feel it otherwise. You know, like you can. There's nothing wrong with networking. You can do it in a way that feels like genuine to you.
Oh, are people going outside? People are going outside. Is that the guy? tall guy.
You went to UNC, right? Was your like junior, senior year?
Hey, Andrew.
Like everyone got like
Why are you
nervous
leaving?
or, like, about like jobs. No. Really? No. UNC was.
You got the microphones here.
Are you sure?
I don't know where Rooney is. Well, you know why? They don't know how to get there. They're down there. They have to. Yeah, but shouldn't the producer or somebody tell them how to get there?
You get one of these.
You're with every, aren't you?
I'm just being careful. Yours is not totally. That's because it's from before.
No, I feel like everyone's as far as I'm not really applying stuff anymore. I know for like fine but
Tell them to come up here.
yeah. No, we don't have that
I don't think I know.
Because everyone is really close with each other. Like, it is very close knit.
Tell them to get the mics up here. Either way.
oh my god, the low stuff.
I was just saying.
Like everyone's taking it to all the
All we need is one to come up here.
Look at their applications.
That's the other thing is I feel like that's a lot of college. And so when you had
I want you had it. I asked you.
I mean, I remember it being like I did apply to
You get paid.
the best of what I had, you know.
I do like it.
But I didn't like brag out. I like to be
oh, I think
yes, that's actually got me right.
and it's like stuff I've already had too, and they're like, oh, I know what
This one.
to me. Like I know how it works a little bit. Like I keep my mouth shut, but
I hope this color is good.
oh, I
like
talked
the
to
yellow
Greg.
one.
I
I like the yeah, Greg.
Greg. I think RSC kind of looks more like that I'm explaining to, which yeah, it's more like so I was talking to those girls a lot, and they were like, oh my god. Didn't you look at it? Yeah. Yeah, I was just talking to her. I was talking to her at the time, not yet, right?
Really nice keeps. Hot drink. I got a file.
Yeah,
file.
file.
This other thing. Depends on the timing. Can we get coffee another day though? Yeah, okay. I was gonna Philly tonight and it's coffee. Yeah. It's not my idea of a fun weekend. But I gotta do that. And I'll be back tomorrow.
I'm trying to take this weekend off. I'm actually trying to take it because I just need like the summer reaches out to work. I'm probably gonna say yes. But I've worked every day since I came back from the holidays.
What do you do about school?
I have no school. School starts on Monday. That's why I'm trying to take the weekend off before I like kind of go back. But it's been like 15, 16 weeks.
Wow. That's a lot. That's exhausting. No, that's exhausting. During the election, during October, I worked when I never worked before, and I realized my limit is like 2 days in a row. And I need a day off, and then I can read, like, especially if it's like a full day. If it's a portrait, no big deal. Like this, like yesterday I was
It's a home run. Unless somebody in the pool and change something. All right, very good, thank you.
Damn, 2:30.
I'm sorry, I triggered something that it was not really
Are we gonna have video? Hello? Ashley? Oh, just audio? Okay. Hey, Justice. Justice. Bring the audio up on this one. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Testing, testing, 1, 2. I cannot hear anything. Justice, do you brought event up? Okay, I'm not. Yeah, nope.
You ready for Millennium time?
Yeah, not getting anything. Nope. Are you sending for something different? 2, 3? Nope. I heard it on the phone though. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
start in
3 minutes.
That's it. Yeah. Clock is wrong. You can ask all the questions today. No one else is here. You get to ask as many as you want.
2 minutes. Oh, there's a lot more people. Okay.
I think you're stretching.
They are a heavy one, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Weird. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, don't mess with our
Oh,
seating chart here. Talk shit.
I finally got the guys in the back room to know where I am all the time. So.
It's your last one, I think.
No, you have to give them a number.
Negatory.
Just to bring me, okay. This is FEMA, right? Okay, let me, all right. Testing, FEMA. This is White House Communication Agency. How you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? I hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. I hear you the same.
Very good.
Awesome. That was loud and clear here.
What today?
Okay. And we here. Sure thing. All right, this is another test. FEMA, this is White House Communication Agency. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear also. Thank you.
Very nice, thanks.
Test. We can bring it down a little.
FYI, real quick, her volume is probably going to be about like this. So this is about the volume she may be speaking at. Is that enough gain?
At least for the room, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. At this volume, thank you.
Yes. No problem.
Only slightly singed.
Huh?
Only slightly singed.
It's an artistic endeavor. Huh?
You did your makeup on the plane? I mean, I realize you want it back.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon. Happy Friday. Thanks for being here on a day that we don't usually brief. I'll just do a few things at the top and then happy to take your questions. So yesterday, Secretary Austin chaired his final Ukraine Defense Contact Group. Since it first convened in April 2022, the UDCG has served as a critical international coalition coordinating the swift and sustained delivery of security assistance to Ukraine. Under Secretary Austin's leadership, this group has grown to include some 50 countries from all around the world, all united behind the common cause of supporting Ukraine in its fight for freedom. As you heard the Secretary say yesterday, the UDCG has developed into an arsenal of Ukrainian democracy and an engine of global security. That's why you saw Secretary Austin announce a new $500 million presidential drawdown package in support of Ukraine, and why together UDCG members have committed more than $126 billion in security assistance for this fight. And under Secretary Austin's leadership, this remarkable level of teamwork has paid off. Russia has suffered more than 700,000 casualties, and the Russian economy is struggling to keep up with the UDCG's support to Ukraine. And even as Moscow leans now on North Korea to support its war of choice, Putin has failed to achieve a single strategic objective. Secretary Austin reiterated that our international coalition to support Ukraine must not flinch. Even as the Secretary's tenure is coming to an end, today 14 countries and Ukraine lead the UDCG's 8 capability coalitions, which focus on bolstering the capabilities of Ukraine's future force. Yesterday, UDCG members endorsed each of the capability coalition's roadmaps, which lay out a sustainable approach to helping meet both Ukraine's long-term and near-term capability needs. Secretary Austin said it best that the structure of this coalition is, quote, built to succeed, built to adapt, and built to last. And now let me turn to the devastating wildfires in California. Secretary Austin continues to monitor the situation, and the department remains prepared to support response efforts as needed. Currently, over 600 California National Guardsmen are activated, including 14 hand crews for fuel mitigation, 200 military police for security operations, and 10 helicopters for firefighting and search and rescue operations. This number is expected to increase over the next 24 hours. In addition, 8 modular aerial firefighting systems, or MAFs, equipped C-130 aircraft are being activated under state authorities. The first 2 are expected to begin operations today, and the remaining 6 are expected to be ready by Sunday. March Air Reserve Base is serving as the staging base for FEMA, and the Defense Coordinating Officer and Element are being activated to support the effort. As announced by the President, 500 active duty personnel currently stationed at Camp Pendleton, California, are preparing to support requests from federal and state authorities with route clearance, commodity distribution, search and rescue, rotary wing airlift, and general support as requested. Earlier this week, you heard me announce that the department is preparing 10 Navy helicopters with water delivery buckets to immediately assist with aerial suppression. Under a long-standing memorandum of agreement with CAL FIRE, active duty units in Naval Region Southwest are prepared to provide aircraft and air crew to support the firefighting efforts. These units are trained and annually certified by CAL FIRE to provide supplemental firefighting capability when requested by the state of California and approved by the Secretary. It's important to remember that the department is in a supporting role for this response with FEMA, leading and coordinating federal response and assistance. We are actively planning and preparing capabilities and resources and are working closely with FEMA, the state of California, to provide support and to ensure a unified response to the wildfires. And with that, I'd be happy to take your questions. I'll go to the phone. I believe we have AP joining us on the phones. Lita Baldor.
Hi, Sabrina. Thank you very much. I just wanted to just clarify, you talked about the 500 active duty. Those are all Marines. Is that accurate? And do you know if they have gotten their orders, if they have started? Can you just give us a little precision on that? And then on the 10 helicopters that you talked about the other day, last I knew, the orders still had not been cut. Do you know if those orders had been cut and if they are actively moving on that yet. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Lita, for the question. So on both questions, we are actively preparing and standing by to support the state of California as they request that support. On the 500 personnel, you asked, I believe, if they were active duty, and the units that will be going, or the 500 personnel that would be going, all consist of active duty Marines from 1 MEF. And I think I gathered all your questions there. All right, coming into the room. Louis.
Is this an example of the department being proactive in placing units on standby? Because as you know, no taskings, no orders been gone out yet. So that doesn't indicate this LA or CAL FIRE or the state has actually requested these assets aside from the California National Guard. So is that the best way to characterize this?
So part of this is, as the secretary, to borrow a phrase that the secretary uses, being in a 3-point stance so that we can surge capabilities and assets immediately into the state as the governor's office requests these capabilities. You've seen the president announce some of these, including the authorization of these 500 service members that can go and assist with a variety of capabilities into the state of California. But absolutely, it is a combination of being ready so that we can surge assets in, and then also working with FEMA, which will be the coordinator of all the federal response and the state of California in meeting their needs. And, I've certainly gotten this question of, why aren't you rushing assets in right away? Why isn't the military putting all of their forces right now on the ground? We have to work with the state. So as the state requests resources, as the state of California requests, capabilities, we are standing by and ready to support, but we absolutely have to work with the state and the governor is going to know best on how to use our assets. So we're working with CAL FIRE. We have a great partner in them.
And is there also an issue of having to train some of these troops in fire suppression since that's not a normal tasking?
Well, some of this, as I think you heard me mention at the top, especially with the Navy helicopters, we have a memorandum of agreement. So there is, yes, some training component that goes in and certification that CAL FIRE needs to do in order to allow these firefighting capabilities to be implemented in the state. So yes, there is a level of certification and training, but we're standing by ready to support. And as I mentioned earlier, you've already seen, or you're going to see some of the maps.
What are those streets on there? Turn on the sky map for me. And just go to the right.
Operational today, with some more coming in this weekend. Charlie, and then I'll come.
Okay, well, it kind of leads on to that too. And this is from my own curiosity. The Navy helicopters, if I understood the other question earlier,
to support, but we are working with the state of California on where they need to go. So again, this is the president, the secretary, the authorization has been given, but we have to work with California in when they get up in the air and how they're best utilized.
Where are they?
The Navy helicopters will be coming. You're asking where they're being sourced from. So units in the Navy region Southwest are providing aircraft and aircrew from Naval Station North Island, Marine Corps Air Station Camp Pendleton, and Marine Corps Air Station Miramar.
Okay. And my last question, again, leading on to that, to put it in military terms, forward postured, I think is the way it would be described, right? So to Louis' point, you've got personnel who are ready and trained, but this is the DoD's own initiative on anticipating a request that they might be needed to. That's how.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're a planning organization. We plan for a variety of things. We plan for requests to be made from states, and the Northcom has to be able to quickly be able to allocate resources and people while maintaining their day-to-day roles and responsibilities and jobs. So the commander of Northcom has to think about all of this and anticipate some of the requests that we could get from states when it comes to floods, fires, any natural disaster. What we're seeing in California, I I mean, these fires are ranging in different sizes and all throughout the state. So of course the commander is going to make the decision to, move and prepare assets. So when the state requests it, we're ready to go. There's not a lag in time. Does that help?
More maps available if necessary?
Right now, this is, what's been allocated and requested. Again, we can always see support change, as things go on, but right now this is all I have to read out this time. Warren.
I just wanted to be clear on this. What so far has California requested? You've said they've requested the maps.
The maps are.
More, or is everything else just you getting ready in case they do request?
So I'm not going to, as you can appreciate, I'm not going to speak for California and all of their requests. We're not the only agency that they are making these requests to. I think it's also important to note that with any natural disaster like what we saw in North Carolina later last year, is FEMA is going to be central in coordinating federal assistance. And I think what's important here is also everything remains so fluid. So California, with all these different fires, has to assess how they are allocating their own resources from CAL FIRE, and then also knitting together what DoD assets can be provided. And not to use like a sports analogy here, but you don't want to rush all your players onto the football field without having a strategy. And that's what we don't want to see happen here. You don't want to see a clog. You don't want to see resources being diverted to one fire when actually they need to go somewhere else. So that's why we're working with the state, with FEMA, and getting some of the MAFs ready that will be operational today. Some will be going in over the weekend. And then, of course, we have our personnel, additional helicopters standing by to support.
Are there outstanding requests from California?
I think anything that California is going to request, as the president has said, we're going to rise and meet those requests and work with the state with what they need. But I think what's important to remember is we are knitting in to FEMA, who is leading the federal response. So I'm not aware that anything that has been requested from the state of California to the department hasn't been met. But again, we're working with FEMA and California to meet their needs.
Very quick Ukraine question.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I just have
the $500 million. How much unused presidential drawdown authority will be transferred or transitioned to the next administration?
So it'll be just under. Oh, my tablet stopped working. But it'll be just under. No, it's okay. Don't worry. It'll be just under $4 billion that will be left in authority to that the next administration will get the opportunity to use for Ukraine. Yes, Constantine.
Thanks. So going back to the response for a second, so on Wednesday you said, and I'm looking at my log of the briefing, the department is sending 10 Navy helicopters with water delivery buckets to immediately assist. Mm-hmm. And that's what we reported. And, members of Congress, Representative Scott Peters, yesterday thanked the Navy for sending the helicopters. And now you're telling us the helicopters have yet to actually show up. So, I mean, acknowledging, as you say, sort of the intricacies of federal versus state authorities, nonetheless, where did this breakdown occur in terms of the messaging of we're sending the helicopters to the helicopters are coming?
Fair parsing of words, and appreciate my words being read back to me. Look, we are going to do everything we need to support California in whatever requests that they make. And the president has directed this department to surge capabilities to California. These helicopters are standing by. They're preparing and ready to go for when California is ready to receive them. So by sending, fair criticism, could I have said, is preparing to send? I'll take that. Again, they're standing by to assist with aerial suppression. They are getting certified also by CAL FIRE, and we have this longstanding memorandum of agreement. So what I can tell you is, there's so many different fires raging. Sorry, I have this tickle that I cannot get rid of. So many different fires raging in California. We have to work in coordination with the state and FEMA when it comes to how we address each single fire. And not just the fires, it's the road clearing, it's the management, it's how people get back into their homes. All of this knits together very carefully in an intricate way that is going to take a little time. It's going to take some coordinating. And again, when I was when someone else asked this, like you just don't want to surge a bunch of capability and resources into a region without a full plan. So that's what we're doing, and we're working very closely with the state to make sure that we're getting their needs met.
Sabrina.
Can I just, I think Constantine had one more.
So just to, if I'm understanding what you're saying, extrapolating from what you're telling me is that there hasn't been any issue in Northcom cutting orders. There hasn't been any delays. You guys are being methodical in this approach, and we'll attribute sort of Wednesday to a imprecise use of language.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Hey, Sabrina.
Yeah, Liz.
Hey, just real quick, a follow-up
Sure.
on that. So you just said DoD doesn't want to surge resources without a plan. Can you explain then
Without
why?
a plan with California,
Yeah,
like
no,
in working with California. Yeah.
So why did U.S. Northern Command send the 8 C-130s to California when California hasn't used its own 2 C-130s it already has?
So the MAFs are coming from, I think those were requested, Liz, but let me just do one quick check here. I just want to make sure that I get this right. The MAFs, I believe, were requested, and they're being activated under state authorities. So, this was something that was urgently needed right away. They are, some of them are being put to use as early as today, some more for the weekend. What I said was about surging capabilities. We are gonna work with California with whatever they need when it comes to addressing these fires happening on the ground. But we have to do it in a way that is methodical and in a way that fits in with Cal Fire's efforts, doesn't overlap or take away from any, efforts that are ongoing on the ground. And at the end of the day, we are at the direction of the state and of the governor. So FEMA's leading the federal response, and we are fitting into that federal response.
Sorry, just to clarify, you said MAFs. Do you mean, is that like interchangeable with C-130?
That's the 8 MAF C-130s. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. The MAF-equipped C-130 aircraft.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
got it. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Charlie had one, and then I'll come over here. Yep. And then I'm going to go to the phone.
I just need to drill down because Americans, especially people in California, were saying, well, what is taking so long? So they're not pointing the finger of blame at why has it taken so long, but they're still fighting these fires. You have grounded aircraft that are capable of doing it. The air situation has been more benevolent in recent days than it has, so that the wind has died down. Is this a question that we put to the governor of California or to the DOD?
Well, Charlie, first, for the people of California, I'm from LA. I'm from the area where these fires are hitting. My parents' home is like absolutely like they have a car packed and ready to go. They're seeing the smoke. They're seeing the ash fall. I think this is, for anyone that's on the ground that's seeing the devastation that these fires are causing, it's absolutely heartbreaking. So I think first and foremost, we understand what the people of Los Angelinos, Californians are experiencing right now. It's important to note here that the department is not the lead for these efforts. The state is the lead when it comes to this ever-changing, very fluid situation on the ground, just as other states have been for other natural disasters that have occurred over time, whether it be Hawaii, North Carolina, Florida. The states are always in the lead. DOD is in a supporting role, and I think it's just really important to remember that we are supporting the state's efforts and FEMA's efforts, and FEMA is coordinating the federal assistance and response like any type of emergency like this. So we're going to continue to work with the lead agencies, with the state of California, to plan and anticipate needs. That's what you're seeing the commander of Northern Command do. That's what you're seeing the secretary do here as well. And, of course, the president has directed this department to be agile and to support California with what it needs during this time. Does that help? Okay, great.
It doesn't answer why those aircraft are still on the ground when they should be in the air.
Again, we're getting aircraft. There are 2 going up today. Hold on. There are 2 going up today. There's 6 more going up this weekend. We are standing by to support as needed with California, like as California requests, but we absolutely cannot just surge assets into an area without a plan. We can get as many aircraft if we want up in the air if needed, but if we don't have a plan to attack a fire, then that aircraft's not going to do much good. So we have to work with the state. We have to work with the governor. And most importantly, we're the supporting role here. So we're working with FEMA in what they're in the plans that they're putting together. I'm going to go to the phones, and I'll come back in the room here. Heather, USNI.
Great. 2 questions. One on this response. What requests exactly has the DoD received from FEMA or from California in terms of sending helicopters or military service members? And then a question on the Houthis. The Houthis are claiming that they attacked Truman again today, and also that that Central Command struck Houthi sites ahead of the January 8th strikes that CENTCOM announced. Any confirmation of either one of those?
Yeah. Thanks, Heather. So on the Houthis, again, really shocked by their disinformation on striking our ships in the region. There have been no attacks on our ships. In terms of your question on strikes, the most recent strikes that Central Command conducted were on January 8th that I read out here at the podium. We, of course, have conducted dynamic strikes, I think, over the maybe last few days as, Houthis have launched or we see them prepare to launch missiles or UAVs at our ships or commercial vessels. We take those actions, those dynamic strikes. I think there were some as recently as yesterday. In terms of your other question, look, I'm not going to read out everything that California and FEMA has requested. I can tell you what the department is doing, which is, again, providing some of those maps that you will see, going into California today and over the weekend. And then we are also preparing, additional forces to assist California with what they need. You heard the president speak to that's our 500 personnel, additional Navy helicopters that are going to knit into California's response to these fires. With that, I will go to 2 more on the phone here. Meredith, Jane's Defense.
Hi, I have a question about the PDA package announced yesterday. Air-to-ground munitions were listed on the package, and I was hoping if you could confirm if they have been provided in a previous package, and if not, then why now? And could you further confirm if those are the JASSM missiles?
Thanks, Meredith, for the question. In terms of what we provided, candidly, I don't have our release of everything that was listed in the PDA that was announced yesterday. No new capabilities were in there. We've provided some of these capabilities in the past. I direct you to the defense.gov website, which lists out everything that we provided in that package yesterday. And Raheem, Kurdistan TV. Don't think we have you. Yes, Goyle.
2 quick questions. One is, as far as national security is concerned, how much you think TikTok is dangerous for this building, like part of Chinese Communist Party, and also so many activities by the Chinese were also going on around the U.S. Military facilities and all that.
Yeah, appreciate the question, but that is obviously being litigated in the courts right now. So I'm not going to have anything to add on that one.
And second, India's foreign minister was here in Washington last week for almost a week. If he had any chance to meet and discuss anything, U.S.-India military-to-military relations here at the Pentagon.
I don't have any meetings to read out at this time. We always read those out, but nothing to read out here.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Sabrina. The Syrian Democratic Forces are suggesting if the U.S. and French troops are deployed to the northern Syrian border, they can diffuse the conflicts between the SDF and Turkish-backed forces. Is there any kind of talks going on, and how do you look at it?
I'm not aware of any joint patrols, if that's what you're alluding to, with U.S., French, and SDF forces. No, I'm not aware of anything like that. Again, our presence in Syria remains in that eastern part of the country. We partner with the SDF. Obviously, our longstanding mission to defeat ISIS in Syria remains, but I don't think there's any truth to those reports. Okay, great. One more, and then I have one more. I have one more thing to add at the end of this.
Okay, yeah, it's just we all had questions about Syria because the troop numbers, as we know, well, at least acknowledging that there are more troops there, 2,000 troops. But there have also been some rumors, not only of movement and setting up semi-permanent structures, but they may be planning to pull out if necessary. Or
Who's they?
The U.S. troops that are there now,
Okay.
if ordered to by this new administration.
Oh.
So has there been any change in either the posture, the number, or the status of the troops there?
So let me adjust your question on the structures being set up. I think I talked about this on Wednesday, but if I can be more clear here, I will. The U.S. is not setting up any type of basing or permanent structures in the Kobani region, which I think is what you're referencing. In terms of U.S. presence and force posture, no changes. The incoming administration can't speak for any decisions that they will make, but in terms of this administration, this secretary, no changes to force posture in Syria or Iraq, and the mission that they're there for still remains when it comes to ensuring the enduring defeat of ISIS. Okay, so just very quickly, it's Friday. It's also my last briefing. So I just wanted to just take a few minutes to express my deep gratitude for those who have supported me on this journey. First and foremost, I deeply want to thank Secretary Austin for entrusting me with the incredible honor of standing up here, briefing all of you, representing the department. It's truly been a privilege to be up here every single time that I've been able to do it, representing our men and women in uniform and our dedicated civilian workforce. To my joint staff colleagues, thank you again so much for your unwavering support, your patience with all my questions, sharing your knowledge. You've made me better every single day because of that. To my OSDPA family, because we are a family, and so I thank you for that. To my DPO teammates, you're truly the heartbeat of this press team. Your patience, support, your friendship have really meant the world to me. You've challenged me, you've pushed me, you've given me confidence to stand up at this podium and to represent you all. I just do have to shout out and give a special thank you to our ATSD, Chris Marr, Carly Weibel, General Ryder, Colonel Devine, and Chris Garver for all your help, support, prepping me for all these briefings. It's been invaluable, and I truly don't have the words to express my gratitude, so thank you. To my lovely press colleagues in the room, you're indispensable to democracy. We've had our debates, our disagreements, our commiserations, our conversations. You've certainly challenged me. You never took it easy on me from day one, from my first off-camera gaggle, which you can go back and read the transcript on how rough that was, to where I am today. And even today, even having these conversations and these debates, you've pushed me to be better. And so I really respect all the work that you do. I appreciate all the work that you do, and just thank you deeply. I've truly loved working here. So I've had the opportunity to work with the best people. This is the best team I've been a part of. And it's been an honor every single day that I get to stand up here. And so just thank you for everything. And I will leave it at that. Yeah. Thank you, Charlie, especially after that.
Fire that broke out here in Granada Hills just after 10:30 this morning, and this is a critical moment right now. It's about 5 to 7 acres, winds about 20 miles out of the north. If they could save this corner,
I knew it would be late, but I didn't think Yes, that's true. I don't know what they're gonna do. It'll be interesting. Interested to see what happens with these two. You know, I have the white belts. Hey, buddy. Good to see you. Happy New Year. How you doing? How's life? Good. What's going on with you? Living the dream.
Hey, Justice, I'm up. And the audio?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, maybe saw you. It was a shit show. Long, man. Yeah. How's family? Good holiday. I mean, we'll get that. You were into St.
Testing, testing. FEMA, can you hear me?
That's what Did you stay at the Hilton or the I'd rather stay at the Canopy. Oh, my fault. Really? Oh, yeah.
Testing, this is the White House press briefing. Can you hear me, FEMA?
Anyway, I thought it was more of a boutique. It's, oh gosh, Hilton. Is he actually? Plus it's across the street. Yes, that part. Yeah, that's perfect. So I go in here, strolling in, clubbing all night at South Beach. Yeah, South Beach. Yeah. You can go to South Beach from West Palm. I bet you that. Take an Uber.
Sure. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Audio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is a White House press briefing. Can you hear me, FEMA?
At 6 p.m. for very dry conditions.
Your best friend coming back. Donald. So he's gonna come pay you a visit personally. Eye on the field.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. This is the White House press briefing. Can you hear me, FEMA?
Hi, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear. How are you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
All right, perfect.
Are you pitching? The right arm is kept warm. I know. I can't take it off. They were going to be
Hi, everybody. Hi. Good afternoon. All right. So the President and the First Lady continue to grieve the lives lost and livelihoods destroyed by the tragic wildfires that are burning communities in Southern California to the ground. Before I hand it over to FEMA Administrator Dean Criswell, who has been on the ground in California and will provide further details on the federal response, I wanted to take a moment to remind everyone in this room and who's watching at home that this is not about politics. This is about people. This is about humanity. People who have literally lost everything. Homes, schools, and businesses, entire communities burnt to the ground. Treasured artifacts like personal photos, precious family heirlooms, and other priceless belongings all reduced to rubble. And I know there's many of you, your colleagues out there, who are on the ground trying to cover all of the disastrous moments that we're seeing on the ground with this event. And I hope you all are being safe out there. We need to be thinking about Californians, their priorities, and how we can all come together to support them. From Maui to North Carolina to California, we have seen that these disasters do not discriminate. So it is on all of us to show these people, to show folks in California, some compassion as they are reckoning with an unimaginable disaster. While nothing can bring back what many have lost, the President and his administration are continuing to use every tool at our disposal to help fight these fires and ensure that the communities impacted are able to recover. The President has received regular briefings on the fires, and at his direction, his team has been in constant contact with their state and local counterparts from the day the fire started. Just last night, he spoke separately with Governor Newsom, Senator Schiff, Congressman Sherman and Liu, Mayor Bass, and LA County Supervisor Solis and Barger to discuss the latest updates on the wildfires across Los Angeles. And earlier this week, the President was in California, where he received briefings from personnel on the ground and met with firefighters who are on the front lines of this response to ensure they have the resources they need. As soon as the fires broke out, FEMA approved fire management assistance grants to reimburse California for firefighting costs, and the president immediately approved the state's request for a major disaster declaration for California, allowing impacted communities and survivors to immediately access funds and resources to jumpstart their recovery. As you just heard from the president moments ago, we have made some progress over the last 24 hours. Overnight, local, state, and federal firefighters partially contained some of the largest wildfires. There is still a long way to go, but we will continue to be with the people of California every step of the way. Other actions the Biden-Harris administration has taken is to support local firefighting efforts include 5 U.S. Forest Service large air tankers operating in Southern California with an additional tanker en route, over 20 federal firefighting helicopters performing operations in the area in support of state and local firefighters. Additionally, 2 air firefighting system units are being deployed from each of the California and Nevada National Guards, and 10 Navy helicopters with water buckets are en route from San Diego. And Colorado is providing assistance from the mobilization of aviation assets as well as fielding of 50 engine companies to assist with firefighting on the ground. As always, we stand ready to provide further support as needed, and we urge residents in the affected areas to remain vigilant and heed the warnings of local officials, especially if you have been ordered to evacuate. And to everyone impacted by this tragedy, please remember that we see you, we are with you, and we will do everything within our power to get you the help that you need. With that, I will turn it over to the FEMA administrator, Criswell. The floor is yours.
Thanks, Thank you, Corrine. Good afternoon, everybody. You know, I just want to start by telling everybody that has been impacted by these devastating fires that my heart is with each and every one of you. And I know that you continue to face these fires as they are still working to bring them under control. And unfortunately, this will probably be a life-changing event for so many of you. But FEMA is here along with our entire federal family to help you through this recovery process. We are going to continue to support the state and the local jurisdictions, the local first responders, as they continue to try to contain this fire and eventually extinguish this fire. I arrived on the ground yesterday, as Corrine said, at the direction of the president. I had an opportunity to meet with Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass. We discussed what their immediate needs were, as well as began the conversation about what their recovery needs are going to be. The governor, the mayor, and I had an opportunity just before this to also brief the president and the vice president about what their concerns are, about what their needs are going to be, and provided an update on the current status of the firefighting operations. Yesterday, I also had an opportunity to receive briefings from the incident command posts at the Palisades fire, as well as the Eaton fire. And I think the most important thing that I want to make sure I continue to get across to everyone is this situation is still very dangerous. It is still very dynamic. The winds have died down today, but as I just got a weather briefing at the county EOC, the winds are going to increase again in the coming days. And so people still need to stay vigilant. They need to listen to their local officials. They need to heed their advice so they can keep themselves and their families safe. I also want to just take a minute to commend all of the amazing and heroic work that the firefighters are doing around the clock to fight these fires. They have been working night and day. I had a chance to speak with several of them, some of them whose homes have also been lost or their families have had to evacuate. Yet they still show up every day supporting their communities, trying to keep them safe. And I just want to say thank you. I want to thank all of them for their heroic efforts because they are making a difference. Now, while the National Interagency Fire Center continues to provide resources to support CAL FIRE and the Los Angeles County and City Fire Departments, FEMA is also supporting the recovery efforts. We're supporting those that have been impacted by this fire. I even met with the SBA administrator here just briefly, who is also here to support them, businesses and individuals that have been impacted by these fires. With the quick major disaster declaration, residents can now register and begin their recovery journey. Some of the immediate things that we can provide to them are to cover the costs that they're incurring as they have been evacuated, helping to support what their longer-term shelter and housing needs are going to be. We can also help support crisis counseling and disaster unemployment. These are just a few of the programs that we have. We have many more, and I encourage everyone to begin that process by registering now. Recovery from these fires is going to be complex. I've seen many disasters throughout my 4 years in this role. This is certainly one of the worst that I have seen. And the debris removal alone is going to be one of the major things that we have to accomplish, that the state has to accomplish to get this recovery journey started. And that's why when President Biden authorized 100% reimbursement for the first 180 days is really going to set the stage to jumpstart this recovery for these communities. I had a chance to drive through some of the communities that were impacted as well. And it's not just the homes that are lost. We've seen schools that have been destroyed, businesses, small businesses, religious institutions. These are things that we are going to be able to help with temporary facilities like temporary schools to help get children back into the schoolhouse, but also any other emergency measures as they begin the work of permanent repair. Thousands of homes have been destroyed, and we continue to hear the numbers change, but know that this is going to be a long-term recovery for all of these individuals that have been impacted. And as I told the governor and the mayor yesterday and today, I assured them that our programs, our staff, the entire federal family are going to be here with them, alongside them, helping them achieve the outcomes that they need to not just rebuild these communities, but also rebuild them in a way that's going to make them stronger and more resistant to the types of weather events that they have been experiencing. This recovery journey is going to be long, but we are going to be there with them to support them every step of the way. And with that, Corinne, I'm happy to take some questions.
Thank you so much, Administrator. Go ahead, C.
Thanks, Corinne. Thanks, Administrator. Hoping you could speak to whether your agency has enough money currently to fund the immediate response needs, or is there a need to go to Congress quickly to get additional funds? And then separately, 10 days out from the presidential transition, what steps are underway at FEMA to ensure that what has been done so far, what's going to be done in the coming days, is sustained at the career level and beyond, into the new administration? Thank you.
Yeah, with the recent supplemental, FEMA received $27 billion. And so we are now able to continue to support the ongoing recovery efforts for all of the disasters that we've been supporting, to include now the immediate response and the initial recovery efforts that are going to be needed here in California. So we're very grateful for the bipartisan support from Congress to give us that additional funding so we can meet the needs of the individuals that have been impacted. And as far as going through the transition, we have an amazing, dedicated workforce of women and men that are going to be able to continue to support them. Our regional administrator here has worked many fires across several different administrations, and we are going to work day in and day out to continue to support them through the authorities that are given to us through the Stafford Act.
Thank you, Administrator, for taking our questions. I wonder, realistically, how quickly will people be able to obtain these temporary living quarters? What are you doing to set those up? Where are you setting them up? And how are you making sure to get in contact with people that may need those temporary shelters?
Yeah, so the first step that everybody needs to do, there's two things. They need to register for assistance with FEMA so they get in our system and we can continue to work with them on a case-by-case basis, because we know that everybody is going to have an individual and unique need, and they need to contact their insurance company, because their insurance company may also provide alternate living expenses. We have a suite of tools, and one of the biggest tools and the best resources we have is reimbursing individuals for either the hotel costs that they're experiencing right now, or if they find a place to rent, reimbursing them for rental assistance. Given where we're at right now, we know that there's going to be a lot of rental resources, and that's going to be the best resource and the best tool that we have to support the families that have been impacted. But we have other tools in our toolbox. And so, again, we want to work with everybody individually because we know that everybody's situation is going to be different, and we're going to apply the right tool for their particular situation.
Thank you, Administrator. I know you can't obviously put a dollar sign on this, but can you just help us put into perspective a bit how you think the cost of this may compare to the cost of other recent natural disasters? And I'm hoping you could also comment on some misinformation that's out there. We've seen these erroneous evacuation orders and how concerned you are that may lead to people to not responding to or not paying close enough attention to actual real alerts.
Yeah, it's really hard right now on the cost of the disaster to put a number on it because we haven't been able to assess how much of the infrastructure has been damaged. I mean, we know the thousands of homes that have been impacted, but the real cost of these disasters comes from how much of the actual infrastructure has been damaged, the roads, the water system, the power, but also the soft costs and the economic impact. We know that this is going to be billions. And so we really want to continue to focus right now on whatever we can do to continue to support California in getting this fire suppressed and starting this recovery process. And again, thanks to the bipartisan support of Congress, we have enough funding to support those recovery efforts and these response efforts. And as far as the misinformation and the alert that went out, I mean, we want to make sure people are getting timely and accurate information. And I will defer to the county for the specifics on what they're doing as far as that alert, but know that it's part of our wireless emergency alert platform that FEMA offers to state and locals, and we are providing technical assistance to them to make sure we can help them understand what happened and ensure that it doesn't happen again, because we have to be able to send out accurate information so we can give people the right information and they know to believe it.
Good job.
Thanks, Green. Administrator, the President was referring in the Oval earlier and yesterday to, I guess, some misinformation about the fire hydrants. Can you just spell it out clearly? Is there a water shortage? Is there an issue with water? And if not, what's the issue?
Yeah, I mean, I would really defer to the city and the county for the specifics, but what I have been briefed is that it was an overload of the system, right? There were so many simultaneous fires that happened at once. There was multiple firefighting resources that were utilizing and using the water system to put out these fires, and it put a strain on the system, and it takes time for that system to then regenerate. But the specifics on it, I really just want to make sure that you talk with them. As we heard from, the Los Angeles City Fire Chief yesterday, they plan for this. They have other resources available with water tenders, and now we have the ability to fly the aircraft into these communities to help put that fire out. And so it really, you talk about the multiple simultaneous fires that started, and it just put a strain on the system from my understanding.
Just one follow-up on the coordination with the incoming administration. Are you speaking to anyone yourself on the transition, and has the misinformation aspect come up in those discussions?
So we have a whole team dedicated to be working with the transition team, and they're providing regular briefings to them on a daily basis. And so we're providing whatever information that they ask for.
President Biden committed to 180 days of 100% match on recovery funds. Just technically, how is he able to commit to 6 months when he's only going to be in office for 10 more days? Is that locked in, or could that change if the next administration has a different idea?
You know, this is a practice that many administrations have utilized to help support the immediate needs in the response to one of these major catastrophic disasters. And what we want to be able to do is recognize the catastrophic impact of that. And the president has the authority through the statute, through law, to be able to commit this amount of funding to support the recovery efforts. I would hope that we look at this, as I think Corinne said earlier, that these are communities that have had a catastrophic impact, and that we want to make sure that we are doing everything we can as a federal family to support them on this recovery journey. The statute, the law, allows us to do exactly what we did and allows the president to make that determination, and this is what they need. They need this support in order to facilitate the recovery that's going to have to happen.
And just a quick follow, does that mean that it can't be rolled back?
I mean, I'm certain that, anybody can make a determination on if they want to do something or not, but this was done according to the statute, and I would think that the statute would say that this is the direction that needs to happen and that it shouldn't be rolled back.
This is Arlette Science with CNN. In your conversations with any of the local officials, have any of them expressed concerns about the possibility that that funding could be rolled back?
Well, I think I've gotten the question from several people about what's going to happen over the transition. And the same thing that I've said to you is that we have dedicated career women and men that have been supporting disaster response for everywhere around the country, not just this administration, but the previous administration and every administration before that. And the actions that we have taken in this administration are no different than the types of declarations that have happened before. And I want to assure them that the law, the Stafford Act, that gives us the authority to provide these declarations is one that has withstood since 1979, and we will continue to implement it as directed by the law.
Kelly.
Administrator Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. Do you have concerns about the inventory of available housing for people who've been displaced and for the length of time it would take for rebuilding? Obviously, it's going to be some time before you could even clear parcels that people may own or what have you. Do you see almost an extinction of some of these communities for a period of time?
So we're going to work with the state to understand what the housing stock is, because as I said, one of the best resources that we have is our rental assistance, and we want to get people into that longer term temporary situation as quickly as possible so they can continue on with their lives. We're going to have to do an assessment to see what the availability is and then determine if we're going to need to bring in other tools to help support the ongoing housing requirement for these communities. But know that our goal is to keep people in these communities. We do not want them to move far from their communities. This is where they work. This is where their schools are. This is where their family, their religious institutions are. And so our goal is to find everything we can as close to their communities so they can keep the community part of them intact, right? The houses and the buildings might be gone, but the community stays, right? That community spirit will always be there. And so that is what our goal is, and that's what we'll work with the state and the county to achieve.
In the back, go ahead.
Thanks, Administrator. The President previewed that the death toll was likely to increase. Does the federal government have a handle on how many missing people there are, as well as any advice you have for people dealing with air quality issues at the moment?
So I didn't hear the second question, but to answer the first question, that's something I would have to defer to the state. All of those numbers come from the coroner to determine the number of fatalities, and the number missing is something that they'll track. We're just going to continue to support them if they need resources to help with that. And then what was your second question?
Just about advice that you would have for people dealing with air quality issues in the area?
With their what issues?
Air quality issues in the area.
Oh, air quality.
What's your
Air quality
advice to
issues.
folks on the
Again, listening to your local officials, there's definitely air quality issues around the area. And, you know, the beauty of the wind dying down is that they can get better control over the fires, but it also doesn't blow the smoke out. And so there are definitely
this
a lot
morning
of
before the
concern.
Supreme Court.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noel Francisco. I'm a partner at Jones Day, and I'm proud to represent TikTok Incorporated and ByteDance Limited in this important First Amendment case. We thought that the argument went very well. The justices are extremely engaged. They fully understand the importance of this case, not only for the American citizens of this country, but for First Amendment law generally and the rights of everybody. We thought that they vigorously questioned both sides. They put us through our paces, but what really came through is that they understand the importance of this case. We are very hopeful of a favorable decision. I'd just like to emphasize a few points that came up during the argument. First, and perhaps most importantly, TikTok Incorporated is a United States company. It's incorporated in the state of California. It's got thousands of employees based here in the United States. The government does not dispute that it is a bona fide U.S. subsidiary operating in the United States in accordance with all of the applicable principles of American corporate law. Second, ByteDance Limited is a private company. It is a private holding company that is based in the Cayman Islands. It is not owned by China. No arm of the Chinese government has an ownership stake directly or indirectly in TikTok Incorporated or ByteDance. ByteDance, rather, is 58% owned by global institutional investors, including very large American institutional investors like Susquehanna and General Atlantic. It is 21% owned by its employees, many of whom are American employees here in the United States, and it is 21% owned by one of its founders, who is a Chinese national living in Singapore. Third, TikTok Incorporated exercises independent judgment with respect to the algorithm in the United States. The source code for the algorithm is brought into the United States and stored on servers located in Virginia. There, it's converted into executable code, it's modified, it's customized, it's trained, it's moderated pursuant to moderation policies, and it's implemented in the United States. So when TikTok Incorporated implements the recommendation in the United States, that is very much TikTok Incorporated's speech. That is the speech of a U.S. entity speaking in the United States. Fourth, the intellectual property for the algorithm is not owned by the Chinese government. It is owned by ByteDance Limited, which is a global entity, a company that is incorporated in the Cayman Islands and operates through subsidiaries throughout the world. And then my final substantive point is that the United States government concedes that it has no evidence that China has ever attempted to date to control the U.S. TikTok platform. It concedes that China has not attempted to censor content on the platform in the United States. It concedes that China has not attempted to misappropriate user data in the United States. And if China ever asked TikTok or asked TikTok through ByteDance to do any such thing, it would refuse. I think what we heard today in oral arguments, when all of the lawyers were up, were the important First Amendment principles at stake here. We're talking about
in the
a
region
social media
and in the world and around the world. And before I get to your question, just one more thing. I did want to highlight some good news we received this morning. The final jobs report for the Biden-Harris administration was released today, and a remarkable 250,000 jobs were created last month, defying expectations. Additionally, the unemployment rate ticked down to a low of 4.1%. This is the only administration to gain jobs every month. We had 0 months with job losses. This was no accident. President Biden's administration has delivered the strongest recovery in the world and laid a strong foundation for years to come by investing in America, empowering workers and unions, lowering costs, and supporting small businesses. Over 16.6 million jobs created, the lowest average unemployment rate of any administration in 50 years. Record high employment rates for working age women, and lowest black-white unemployment gap on record. Inflation down faster than almost any other advanced economy, and incomes up almost $4,000. And again, this was no accident. This is because of the president's leadership. And as the president said, our nation faces an inflection point. Do we continue to grow the economy from the middle out and bottom up, or do we backslide to trickle down economics? And that is a question that we have to ask. In the meantime, we'll continue with this briefing. Go ahead.
Thanks, Corinne. First off, yesterday the Senate advanced the Lincoln Riley Act, which passed the House. If it's presented to him before he leaves office on the 20th, would the president sign that bill or veto it?
So I'm not going to get ahead of what's happening. I know there was a procedural vote that happened in the Senate. I'm going to let the process play out. Let the senators do their work on that. I don't want to get ahead of that. So we're going to let it play out. I'm not going to get into hypothetical on this right now.
The administration also often puts out statements of administration policy. Where it stands, so you're not putting one out here.
Well, the process is still playing out, and so we're going to certainly follow follow all of the latest developments on this, and so we want to evaluate the bill. We haven't done that yet. We want to evaluate the bill certainly at the end of that process, and then we will have more to say. I just don't want to get ahead of it right now.
And the President of the Oval said he'd be speaking to us later today about Russia and some other issues. Is that going to happen?
So we'll have more to share with all of you on what the President's going to be speaking on. Certainly, we'll share that shortly.
He'll be speaking today?
That's what the President said, and that's what we're working out.
Lastly, it's customary for presidents often to leave office with a final press conference. Does the President, how does he plan to schedule one for his final week in office?
So I don't have anything to preview right now at this moment. As you know, as you just mentioned, the President took questions today. He took questions yesterday. He's going to certainly continue to engage with all of you by taking your questions, as he's done multiple times recently. I don't have anything to preview about a press conference. Go ahead, Mary.
Do you or does the administration have any response to Donald Trump's sentencing earlier today?
So, look, we're going to focus, as one of the reasons we had Administrator Criswell in the room, as you all know, and you guys have done a very good job, certainly some of your colleagues who are out there on the ground, covering this disastrous, catastrophic fire. And so the President wants to continue to focus on that. That's what we want to continue to focus on. We're not focused on what occurred today, certainly with the court decision. We are, and we've been saying this, I know it's probably ad nauseum, we've been saying this, that we are running through the tape, and I think we have proven that almost every day. Certainly in 2025, we've been pretty busy, and so that's going to be our focus. What can we do to continue to deliver for the American people? What can we do to make the lives of the American people better? And that is our focus. I'm not going to speak to the decisions made in the court today.
Two questions, Karine. One on Meta. Meta made a decision this week about doing away with its fact-checking for Facebook and its other platforms. Does the White House have a reaction to that?
So we've been pretty consistent here over the last 4 years when any corporation or company makes a decision, a private company, to be more specific, makes a decision, we just are not going to comment. So I'm not going to comment on this. And so just going to leave it in that realm. But look, social media, I'll say this, social media companies make their own rules about content moderation. But with that said, we have been outspoken about our belief that the social media companies have an important role to play in enforcing their own rules to prevent the spread of misinformation. That is a responsibility that company has, and we've always been pretty clear about that. But speaking specifically to an announcement, we're just not going to comment on that.
I mean, I understand, but that is something that you guys have been outspoken about, and they're making a change on it. So
yeah, but
I guess it's something I thought maybe you would want to comment on.
I mean, look, we talk about social media companies having a responsibility. We've always said that. We've all been really clear about that. We've also been clear that policy decisions that are made by private companies, we're not going to speak to those specific an announcement, but we can speak broadly on our belief and how we see their responsibility. And that's as far as that we've always gone, and we're not going to go beyond that.
And another topic with regard to the Russia sanctions that were announced today. Does the President, does the White House have any concern that that could lead to an increase in gas prices for consumers?
So look, we took aim today in your question at Russia's largest resources of revenue and imposed significant sanctions on the Russian energy sector. These sanctions certainly target both Russian oil and LNG, and we expect our actions to cost Russia upwards to billions of dollars per month. And so that's important to note as well. And these also, let's not forget that these are also, these sanctions really continue for us to make good on the commitment that we made, that the President made, and his G7 counterparts made to target Russia's ability to use its energy sector to fund and sustain this war. We've talked about this for some time, and so now the President certainly made good on that commitment. So it's not just us. Obviously, we joined these actions with the UK, which imposed significant and complementary actions of its own. And so I think it is important to note that, by taking these significant actions against Russia, oil markets are in fundamentally better place. That's number one. And number two, the U.S. economy is a fundamentally better place as well. And so that's why we took this action now. This is a commitment that the president wanted to uphold, not just the president, but also the G7, his G7 counterparts, and that's what you're seeing right now.
But my question was whether you're concerned that it will lead to an increase in gas prices.
I mean, look, I've said, look, one of the things that we expect and we believe is that the supply of energy is going to exceed global demand through this year with ample capacity within the outside of OPEC Plus to increase production if necessary. So since the start of Russia's war, benchmark oil prices have fallen almost $35 per barrel, and average U.S. gasoline prices have dropped from roughly $4 to just $3 per gallon. That's because of the actions that this president has taken. And so that is what we want to continue to see, and so that's what we also think will continue to be. Like the gas prices, we believe the gas prices will continue to be where it is and continue to go down because of the actions that the president has taken.
President Biden was expected to meet with Ukrainian President Zelensky when he was in Rome today. Is he planning to speak with him?
So the president did speak to President Zelensky moments ago. We will have a readout for all of you. Obviously, the president wanted to reach out to President Zelensky because, as you just stated, they were supposed to meet in Rome. It did not happen because the president decided to stay and be back here because of the catastrophic fires, obviously, that we're seeing in Southern California. So the president decided to stay back, but they did have a conversation. They spoke moments ago, and so I know the team, before I came out here, was going to work on a readout, and so we'll have that out to all of you soon.
In his interview with the USA Today earlier this week.
Hi, I'm Chloe Joy Sexton, and I'm a plaintiff in this case from Memphis, Tennessee. In 2020, I was fired from my job after telling my employer that I was pregnant. I was also struggling to care for my mother, who I eventually lost to brain cancer. I then began raising my 7-year-old sister. I started creating TikTok videos to financially support my family and as a creative outlet where I discussed everything from parenting and grief to my love of baking. I could never have expected the outpouring of love and support from the community on TikTok. My videos went viral and allowed me to jumpstart my business, Chloe's Giant Cookies. I have now shipped thousands of cookies all over the world and even published a cookbook. As a small business without a lot of capital, I rely almost entirely on TikTok to market my products. To say TikTok changed my life is an understatement. TikTok is the place where people told me I could do so much more with my life than I ever believed. I am a plaintiff in this lawsuit not just for myself, but for all of the women who, through TikTok, found their dreams and financial independence while taking care of their families and their children. A TikTok ban would place these women, including myself, in true financial jeopardy. It would destroy both my business and the community that means so much to me. No other platform can replace it. I have tried posting the same exact content on other social media apps without anywhere near the same success. I thank the Supreme Court for hearing our argument today, and I hope that the justices will protect my First Amendment right to continue to use the platform of my choice. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Topher Townsend. I'm a plaintiff in this case from Philadelphia, Mississippi. I served in the U.S. Air Force and now run a nonprofit called Stand and Word Ministries, dedicated to promoting knowledge about the Bible. I also work as a hip-hop artist, focusing on topics such as faith and patriotism. So I started creating TikToks back in 2019 as a way to creatively express my political views and to share fun facts about the Bible. I found TikTok to be much more civil platform for discourse about important issues than other social media apps, allowing me to build a community and exchange ideas. TikTok is also an unparalleled platform for collaborating with other musical artists and promoting my music. My music really took off after I started sharing it on TikTok, even though I've been sharing to other platforms for many years previously. I largely credit TikTok with the fact that my music has been streamed over 100 million times, and I've climbed the Billboard charts multiple times, even achieving a #1 Billboard hit with my song, The Patriot. See, the streams mean income for my family, and the joy of knowing my music is reaching people around the world. See, without TikTok, I will lose an important platform to share my views and engage with others in a way I have not been able to do on other social media sites. And my 2.6 million followers around the world would also lose access to vital content related to faith.
Vice President's home was also under an evacuation order. Any update there on her home?
Yeah,
in the Los
I mean,
Angeles area?
it's devastating. This is her city, her neighborhood, and her state. I would have to refer you to the Vice President's office on any updates that they might share with you. I don't have anything for you at this time, but certainly it's devastating. So many people are affected by this, and it's heartbreaking.
Just a quick follow-up. Will she travel to the Los Angeles area this weekend? Is there any travel plan for her?
I would refer you to the Vice President's office on any travel or her schedule.
One more.
Yeah,
one
sure.
quick one, I promise. So we talk about the transition. Have you hosted any conversations with your immediate successor? And when will your final briefing take place?
I'm sure you guys are all very excited about that.
No, I'm just asking.
So I have not had a discussion with my successor. I'm letting the transition team kind of manage that process and just doing my job, focusing on my job on behalf of the president. And we will have a briefing next week, and certainly we will share that with all of you to say goodbye. All right.
I agree. A couple of topics, if you don't mind. First, on Venezuela, you mentioned the sanctions that the administration is putting on Venezuela in its final 10 days. Are you in discussions with the incoming administration about policy towards Venezuela, and are you expecting those sanctions to hold once Trump does take office?
And so, look, I can't speak to what the next administration is going to do or not do. What I can say is, and I believe Jake Sullivan talked about this when the National Security Advisor talked about this a couple times, whether in a gaggle here at the podium, saying that they are in constant communication with their incoming counterparts, the NSC is, and so I'm sure those conversations are happening on that side of things with the transitioning. I can't speak to what the next administration is going to do or not do. But we are in constant communication with the transition team here is in constant communication with their transition. Well, their transition team is in constant communication with our folks here.
Just another one on Havana syndrome and AHIs. There's been a slight shift in the intelligence community assessment surrounding this phenomenon.
Yeah.
Does the White House believe that this is because of foreign actors? It's happening because of foreign actors?
So look, we put out a statement on this, so I would certainly refer you to the statement that came out from my colleague out of the National Security Council. What I will say is the intelligence community assessment is one element of an interdisciplinary approach this administration has taken to getting to the bottom of these incidents. We believe it's important to do so and ensuring our colleagues receive the support and care they need and that they deserve. So the IC's updated assessment is a product of an ongoing analysis. That's basically what is stated in our statement, to make sure that we continue those efforts, which we welcome and which only reinforce why it is vital for the U.S. government to continue critical research, investigate credible incidents, and provide care. So they're an ongoing process, and so that is part of what certainly our statement stated, and also what the ICA said as well.
I read that statement from
Yep.
Sean earlier, and
Yep.
part of it said that the current administration will be briefing the incoming administration about this to continue that work. What does that kind of briefing process look like, and what does it involve?
I mean, look, I'm not going to get into private discussions or conversations. Obviously, this is a intelligence community situation, so I'm going to leave it in their, certainly in their hands. So I'm not going to divulge or get into what those conversations will look like. But like I've said multiple times, we are certainly keeping the transition team up to date on matters that are important, certainly to our national security, but to the American people.
That's great.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Josh.
The Supreme Court indicated today that it will allow these TikTok ban or divestment ruling to proceed with the deadline of January 19th. Does the administration have a position on whether that should happen? Of course, the incoming administration, he's changed his view.
So, look, we've been very clear about our position. Obviously, the president signed the bill, and we believe it's not a ban, it's a divestment, and obviously there are provisions in that on how to move forward. It's in the courts. We've allowed that process to play out. I don't have anything else to add beyond that.
Divestment happened in 9 days. I mean, it seems like it's door number one at this point.
I mean, look, we've been very clear where we stand on this. 9-10 days. I would certainly leave it up to TikTok to speak to that.
Going back to the Russia sanctions, can you walk us through the thought process on this? Is this, the President-elect has obviously made clear his desire for some sort of deal to end the fighting. Is this trying to set the table for that by ratcheting up pressure on Russia? Another way of asking that is, why not do this earlier than now?
I mean, look, this is, as I stated, this is a commitment that was made by the president and the G7 counterparts, his G7 counterparts, and we've always said that we were going to find ways to put pressure on Russia. We've always said that it is up to Russia to end this war. They can do it today. And we've been, I think, pretty clear on that. This is not the first sanctions. We've done multiple sanctions over the past almost 3 years as this war has gone on. And so this was, it wasn't just us. This was also in coordination with our allies and partners. And so that's what you saw. You saw UK make an announcement as well. But we've been clear. We've been clear that we were going to take actions. And so that's what you see from this administration. But this is not the first one, right? We've done multiple, as I just stated, actions before, and we want to make sure that we hold Russia accountable here.
But by definition, you made the choice not to do these specific actions, which are pretty significant.
Yeah, they are significant.
For a couple of years. So why not?
Again,
why didn't you do it a year ago?
No,
Why now? What changed?
And again, in my answer to you just moments ago, it's not just us. This is also being done with our G7 counterparts. This is essentially a group effort, and that's what you're seeing today. I know I have to. Go ahead.
Thank you, Corinne. Do you have updates on the American citizens that are being detained in Venezuela? The Maduro government claims one of them is an FBI agent, if you can confirm.
So I don't have any updates for you at this time. I certainly would refer you to the State Department. Look, when it comes to Americans being held hostage, wrongfully detained, you have seen from this administration our efforts to make sure that we get Americans home. I think we have shown some success in doing that, and that is going to continue to be our commitment, even though we have 9-10 days left. I don't have an update on this particular individual. I certainly would refer you to the State Department.
One more, if we can get a reaction on Indonesia becoming a full member of BRICS. Indonesia is obviously Southeast Asia's largest economy that could lend credibility to BRICS' ambition to become the alternative to the G7, particularly as we head into the new U.S. administration, which may have a different approach towards multilateral cooperation.
So I don't have anything specific to say about this. I would have to refer you to our National Security Council on that particular question. Okay, Gary.
Thanks, Corinne. Meta also reportedly eliminated its DEI programs in hiring, training, and picking suppliers. And they cite the Supreme Court ruling in affirmative action. I know you said that you wouldn't comment on business policies, but the administration really went out of its way to sort of convince businesses not to interpret that ruling as anything that further than that. Is there a disappointment there that companies like Meta and McDonald's, Walmart are rolling back these DEI policies?
So, not going to comment on a specific action that a private company takes, but what I can say is that you've heard from this president, you've heard from this administration, diversity is our greatest strength. You have seen this not just by words, by action that this president has taken, and certainly that is a sentiment you've heard echoed by leaders across businesses and government, not just us, and so that continues to be our stance on this. It is important to have different voices around the table. It's important to have different voices, working on policy to make sure that we are delivering for the American people. And that's what we have done. That's what we have shown. And as it relates to specific companies, I'm just not going to comment on that policy. But I think by our actions and what you have seen us do over the last 4 years, our commitment to that, our commitment to making sure communities that are normally left behind have a voice or not, don't feel like they don't have access, and changing that around. We have done that in many ways, whether it's the economy, whether it's lowering cost on prescription drugs, making sure manufacturing jobs come back, helping for wages to go up. We have done this and shown our commitment to that. Again, I'm not going to speak to any particular company. Yeah, sure.
I recently spoke to Reverend Al Sharpton, and he said that he would like the president to issue a pardon for Baltimore County State Attorney Marilyn Mosby and Jesse Jackson Jr. Can we expect to hear an announcement on any high-profile pardons such as these?
Yeah, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. He's going to make some more announcements or pardons and commutations. Certainly, we've heard from groups out there who have certainly been very vocal about what they think the president should do. The president and his team is working through it. They're trying to figure out the best way forward. Obviously, the president believes in Americans who have shown that they can get a second chance to have that second chance. And I think you've seen that. This is a president that has been pretty historic in his actions in moving forward with pardons and commutations. I'm not going to get ahead of him. Karen.
Thanks, Corinne. Does the president expect that President-elect Trump will be here in the morning before the inauguration? Has that invitation been accepted by the president?
I would refer you to the transition team to speak to what the president-elect is going to do or not do on January 20th.
But he extended the invitation to come here.
That is something that is a tradition, so obviously we are going to try to continue that tradition, but I would have to refer you to his transition team. Go ahead, Emma.
Thanks. I had a few follow-up questions on the transition process. To follow up what Karen was asking, it's also a tradition for the president, incoming president, to stay at Blair House. Is that an invitation that's been extended?
I don't have anything to share on if the president-elect is going to be staying at the Blair House. What I will say is we certainly are trying to continue the traditions here. We want this to be an effective, efficient, peaceful transfer of power. Once we have more to share, certainly would share from our end of things, and anything that's related to the president-elect, I would refer you to the transition team.
We've seen some moving trucks out here today. Can you talk about where you guys are physically in the process? And have there been any directives, because I know in the past with the other administration there's been issues with classified documents and mix-ups, and I know you guys have said you want to be careful and follow the rules. So
we are going to do our best, certainly to be careful, to follow the rules, to do this the right way, to follow traditions, obviously, as the president truly wants to do, as he showed right after the election, having the president-elect in the Oval Office, and putting everything aside and making sure that we were putting the American people first and what they wanted, respecting the results of the election. That's what you've seen from this administration. And we have 9-10 days left, and we're trying to run through the tape, do everything that we can, and get out of here in time on January 20th. Go ahead.
Speaking of the days left, Monday the president's going to deliver this capstone speech on foreign policy at the State Department. I just wanted to sort of see what you could share from a preview. Is this sort of a defense of his foreign policy? Is it a warning to allies, or advice that he wants to give the incoming administration? How should we kind of view the speech that the president's going to give?
Well, as I've stated many times already at the podium, as it relates to the pardon commutation, I'm not going to get ahead of the president. And so he wanted to make the speech. There has been, there has been some key events, obviously, that has happened across the globe in his tenure. And this is someone who has been, when it comes to foreign policy, that is something that has been a key pillar of who he is and how, in his career. And let's not forget, 50+ years as a public official, elected official. And so he has some thoughts on the future not just of the country, but how this country moves forward as a leader when you think about global events, important global issues, and certainly he will lay that out. I don't want to get ahead of him, but you could reassure there are major events happening right now. The Russia's war in Ukraine, the Middle East, and many other Indo-Pacific, many other important matters that he's going to certainly lean into, but I don't want to get ahead of the president. All right, thanks everybody. We'll see you next week.
Any reaction to the Title IX ruling, Kareem?
is the fires already contaminated? Or like any updates on that? Because I know the chain, I mean. Yeah, there's going to be a briefing. I was just looking at the process. The Palisades one? Oh, wow. Okay, okay. And I know the skies are cleared up over here, so I know it's like fog pushing behind. Yeah. I saw this morning. Yeah, me too. Last night I had a smoke. Really bad smoke.
Any kind of
See you guys later. Nice working with you guys.
I was like, let's go. No, because you were like, we're gonna go. Hey, hot dogs over here. Muffins over here. Chips over here.
I had me and somebody was like, they tried to put us on the news and they were like,
come on, when is my gas going to come on? These are questions that we're going to be addressing tonight, so I would encourage you all to participate. And last but not least, and I've said it, and we've got elected town council up in the Altadena area, and I know of at least 4 have lost their homes. These are elected officials that are representing the community, and I want you all to know that they are with us. They'll be there on the virtual call tonight and are very, very, very much a part of the community, and I just want to acknowledge them because it's important for us to recognize that behind every single thing you're seeing on the TV, there are people's lives who have been impacted, and it is not lost on me. So with that, I'm going to introduce now Los Angeles County Fire Department Fire Chief Anthony Maroney to give you an update on the Eaton fire.
So good afternoon. Thank you, Supervisor Barger. The Eaton fire is estimated to be 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We have over 7,000 structures damaged or destroyed and 1,527 firefighting personnel on scene. Yesterday afternoon, the Eaton fire made a run towards historic Mount Wilson. The Mount Wilson Observatory and the telescope are undamaged thanks to the efforts of our firefighters and observatory staff. No buildings or infrastructure have been damaged or destroyed at Mount Wilson. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid and out-of-state fire partners for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of greatest need. The current red flag event that we are under right now will expire at 6 p.m. this evening. However, we do anticipate another red flag event beginning on Monday, and I can assure everybody that LA County will be prepared. Before I close, I would like to thank Board Chair and 5th District Supervisor Catherine Barger for her unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of all first responders who have put themselves in harm's way to protect residents and property. And to our residents impacted by this devastating fire siege, please rest assured that we will not stop until the fires are fully contained, and we will continue to be here for you as we plan for the repopulation, recovery, and rebuilding that will be occurring. Thank you. I would now like to introduce Assistant Sheriff Myron Johnson of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
Well, good afternoon. The Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department has deployed over 500 sheriff's personnel and still have actively deployed additional personnel to the fires. And that's in addition to our normal patrol staffing functions. Deputies have actively patrolled the evacuated areas and increased their presence in those areas for looting, deterrence, as well as burglary suppression efforts. Overall, the evacuations for the Palisades, Eaton, Hearst, Kenneth, and Lydia fires, evacuation orders approximately 100,053 residents are under evacuation orders, and approximately 57,830 structures remain at risk. Evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents are under evacuation warnings, and approximately 50,837 structures remain at risk. As you heard our sheriff speak about yesterday and this morning, we have a curfew enacted in the affected areas. It's been established in the Palisades and the Eaton fire areas, and it's a mandatory evacuation zones, that will be in effect from 6 p.m. this afternoon until 6 a.m. tomorrow until further notice. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent looting in areas where residents have been evacuated. We ask that all individuals comply with the curfew and stay clear of the impacted areas unless you're an authorized personnel member such as a fire representative or an emergency first responder. Anyone found in violation of the curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor under LA County Code Section 2.68.320, and conviction of that section results in a fine up to $1,000 and jail time. We understand this is an extremely stressful and challenging moment for our residents in this community, but we appreciate the public's cooperation, and we will work together during this crisis. We also have additional assets from the National Guard that are assisting in law enforcement efforts during this catastrophe. We requested the National Guard's assistance yesterday. Several National Guard members arrived last night and were deployed in the Eaton fire area and are assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection efforts. As additional National Guard personnel arrive, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment to both the areas in collaboration with LAPD, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa Police Department, and Arcadia Police Department. There continues to be criminal activity in the Eaton area, and we continue to make additional arrests since yesterday, but these numbers are still fluctuating, and we're gathering the information. In total, we have made about 18 arrests between Eaton and the Palisades fire, 15 in Eaton, and then 3 in Palisades. Charges include possession of narcotics, possession of burglary tools, burglary, identity theft, looting. One suspect was on active parole and was also charged with possession of a concealed firearm. Unfortunately, we have confirmed 8 deaths in our jurisdiction, 6 in the Eaton fire area and 2 in the Palisades County area. Our Homicide Bureau is working closely with the LA County Coroner's Office to respond to any deaths that have been reported. Our detectives have started to process certain investigations related to the fire, but they have to wait for access due to the dangerous conditions that still exist, such as downed power lines, leaking gas, and spot fires that are occurring. And just as Chief Maroney indicated, I'd like to acknowledge the hardworking men and women out there on the front line, making sure this community is safe, and this department is dedicated to apply every resource we have to be with you until we can get a handle on this tragic event. And now with that, I'd like to introduce Operations Section Chief Don Fergulia.
Can I take liberty? I just, when I was done, I turned around and my colleague, Supervisor Janice Hahn, is here and would like to say a few words, but I want to publicly thank you, Supervisor Hahn, because I know that you've been working as Metro Chair to help navigate the transportation system as it relates to the impact of these fires. So with that, Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Supervisor Barger. I'm here to support you in any way. These fires have not touched the 4th Supervisorial District per se. I'm here supporting you, and thank you for your tremendous leadership on this. I've been touring your communities here in Altadena, and I am, like everyone else, devastated by what I'm seeing. Thanks again to the men and women in the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, CAL FIRE, all the fire departments that are here. And I specifically wanted to come see some of the stations that were from the 4th District. So some of my men and women from the 4th District are here. I talked to Norwalk, Paramount, I think Commerce is here. So I just wanted to tell them thank you for coming, and just make sure everybody realizes these firefighters are not going home, right? They are here round the clock. Appreciate everybody who's feeding them, who's making sure that they have an opportunity to sleep and take naps. Thank you for that. They have been amazing. But as Supervisor Barger said, as the chair of Metro, I've been on the phone with the CEO of Metro, Stephanie Wiggins, to get regular updates about our system. Big news is we will continue the free fares throughout the weekend. So free fares on our buses and trains through the weekend. Also, our system is very resilient. Since the fire started on Tuesday, only 2% of our buses have been canceled, none for the trains. And Metro will be unveiling this afternoon an overlay map that will show the evacuation centers around the county as it relates to the Metro system and stations. So that will be available to the public this afternoon. We know that keeping people moving, even during a disaster like that, is important. So thank you.
Okay. All right. Good day, everybody. My name is Don Fergulia. I'm the Operations Section Chief for California Interagency Incident Management Team 5. I'm going to give you a quick operational update for the fire today. As it stands. Got me now? Okay. We're going to start over here on the right flank as we're looking up the hill here in Santa Anita Canyon as we come into the community of Sierra Madre. A lot of really good progress here along the fire's edge. Mop-up patrol, and we expect to gain significant containment in this area this afternoon and this evening after we feel a little bit more comfortable and the red flag warning expires. We realize that there's a lot of work in here, and it's going to take many, many days for us to get through all the damage that has occurred here in the front country. So we ask for patience, and we know that that's not very easy, but that is what we are asking for at this time. As we move across the fire down here along the 210 corridor into Altadena area, again, this area still has a ton of activity going on in it, not just fire suppression, but also damage assessment, things of that nature. We're really diligent about what we're doing in there, and we want to continue those efforts as the days progress. As we come up here into the general area of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, we're looking really good through all of this red on the map you see here. Boots on the ground are engaged. We're mopping up. We're using rotor wing. We're using aircraft in this area to hold this corner. We know this corner is critical for us, so we're making good progress here. As we move into the forest, into the general area, Mount Wilson was already mentioned. We did have to defensive fire around that last night, and everything's looking really, really good up there. We're not out of the woods yet. We still have more work to do up there, and we're ready to receive it, though, should that become necessary. Down the hill into Chantry Flat and the Santa Anita River, again, very challenging terrain for the troops out there. We're going to keep going after it, and in the coming days, you should see less and less smoke. So thank you very much. And next, Jason Schillinger, Unified IC.
I'm going to let you take that one.
Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. Like my operations section chief mentioned, my name is Jason Schillinger, one of the Unified Incident Commanders. And to my side over here, I have several of my other Unified Incident Commanders with me today. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest sympathy to the families and individuals affected by this devastating event. We recognize the fear and uncertainty certainly you may be feeling, and our hearts are with you during this challenging time. Our top priority remains the safety and well-being of all residents and emergency personnel involved. We are also grateful for the support of all agencies who sent resources to our aid. Mutual aid agreements and cooperations with surrounding areas have been essential in containing the fire and protecting more lives and property. Firefighters are working around the clock in difficult conditions to ensure that this fire is contained and that no further lives and property are put in danger. We are confident that we are making significant progress, but it is important to remain on guard and follow safety advisories. I want to remind everyone that the safety of our community and first responder is our highest priority. At this time, evacuation orders remain in place in many areas, and we urge all residents to follow the directives immediately. Our Unified Incident Command Team has been in constant contact with state and local agencies to ensure that we have the resources needed to deal with this fire. We have 2 incident management teams assigned here. One team is focusing on suppression and one team is focusing on recovery, but both of our teams are focusing on one common goal. While we are not out of the woods yet, I'm confident in our ability to continue working together and to get through this crisis. The fire will be contained and we will rebuild stronger than before. In the coming days, we will be providing additional updates as the situation evolves. It is also important to note that investigations into the cause of this fire is ongoing, and we will share the information as soon as it becomes available. We are committed to transparency and ensuring that all factors are thoroughly examined. I ask for you continued cooperation and patience. Please remain alert to updates from local authorities, and if you have not already done so, follow all the evacuation orders and advisories. We will continue to work relentlessly to ensure that the situation is resolved and quickly as possible. Thank you for your time.
Before we open it up to questions, I want to acknowledge State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, who's been to each and every one of these press briefings. Thank you for being such an incredible representative, as well as Assembly Member John Harabadian. Thank you as well. And also our city representative from the city of La Cañada Flint Ridge, Michael Davitt. Thank you for being here. And then we've got U.S. Fire Administration, Dr. Moore Merrill, right back here. Thank you as well as the U.S. Forest Service Chief Garcia. Thank you. So with that, we will open it up. Oh, I'm sorry. We've got our fire chiefs from the city of Sierra Madre, Chief Bartlett, fire chief from the city of Pasadena, Chad Augustin. So now with that, we'll open it up for questions, correct? Okay.
Thank you, everyone. That'll conclude our speakers today. So if you have a question, please state your name and the agency, and we raise your hand, and we'll have our PIO come to you, and we'll direct your question at who you'd like to go to.
Craig Figner.
Arcadia Fire Chief Swin. I'm so sorry. I'm so rude.
Okay. Question.
You have quite the media setup here. It worked well. Supervisor, I wanted to ask you, there were a lot of people who wanted to get past the National Guardsmen, their guards people, the troops, to get to property, to get clothes, medicine, and they had proper ID. They didn't seem to be troublemakers, and they were really bothered by that. I understand there's been a change in the instructions, so long as it's not during those curfew hours of, 6 p to 6 a.
So I'm heading up there after this to find out what's going on. I mean, there's no question in my mind that I was on the way here, talked to a family that's lost their home, and they want to get up there, and their experience was different. They were allowed in, showing proper ID. We've got to be consistent, but we also have to recognize there are people that are going up there and doing things that are criminal. And, you know, I loved the fact that we talked about the arrest, but I think I love most is we have a DA, Nathan Hochman, who said he's going to prosecute to the fullest extent of the law. So I want that to be taken, and I want everyone to hear it, and I'm going to make sure I'm going to follow each and every one of those cases to make sure that it does occur. But I'm going to follow up on that, and we'll get a clarification. I mean, the National Guard came in pretty fast, very fast, and we want to make sure we've got a consistent message. I know I've talked to also constituents who've said that the sheriffs have been very, very compassionate and given grace and let them go up, especially if they want to get their medications. So we're going to be working on that, so stay tuned.
Thank you. Hi, Supervisor. Quick question here. Jason Hamilton from Tri-County News. I have a question about donations. A lot of people have reached out to me, major corporations, for example, that would like to make some significant donations to help out with people that are still left behind. I've suggested things like chainsaws, rakes, gloves, respirators, masks, things like that. 2 points. A, can you, is there a list or a cohesive page that someone could go to look for things that might be necessary to donate? And B, is there a person of contact that's not necessarily the Red Cross, that's more localized, that we can get these items to that and get distributed to the residents that are in need of those things?
Yeah, and thank you for that question. I know yesterday when I was coming over here, Homeboys dropped off a huge order that they wanted to get up into the community. So, I mean, it's across as horrible as this is, you see the best in people. You also see the worst, but you see the best. And you can visit LAWorks, all one word, laworks.com/2025fires to get more information. I know that Flintridge Center, Octavia's Bookshelf are also accepting and distributing donations. So you can reach out, and Octavia's is an amazing bookstore, by the way. But you can go ahead and reach out to them as well. They're accepting donations, and they're going to distribute them into the community. Thank you. And we'll make sure through our Emergency Operations Center that the information is up there as well, because we are getting asked about that. And I would say this, and the DA touched on it this morning. You've got scams taking place. You've got GoFundMe that are not legitimate. Please go to a website, and if it doesn't pass the smell test or if it sounds too good to be true, run it by you call my office, for God's sakes. I'll flush it out for you, but please do not fall for these scams. And I'm sorry that I even have to say it, but especially the GoFundMe. I've talked to people that already have seen GoFundMe, and they take a picture off of Facebook and put it up there of a family, and they say, we're devastated, we lost everything, and then you see the donations start. And they start low, by the way, with the donation amount they want, and then they keep increasing it. Because when you start low and you hit it, you can keep increasing it, but if you don't hit it, you don't get the money. So be cognizant of the fact that there are scammers out there, and by the way, if you're caught, the DA is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law.
There have been a number of water distributions throughout Pasadena and Altadena. Can you talk about the status of the water in the local area?
You mean in terms of boiling?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, why don't you do that?
I'll break out question that with you, because we don't have someone from the water here to talk about that, but we'll break out and we'll do an interview on the sidebar after that, if that's okay. Do we have any other questions?
And my understanding is on Pasadena's website there is a map outlining where, if you live in a certain proximity area, that you have to boil your water. So they are on a boil water alert for certain parts of the areas impacted by the fires. But we'll get you more information on that.
Hi, I'm Morgan from ABC News. I'm wondering if anyone's here to speak specifically about the level of devastation in Altadena. I saw a local official quote as saying that perhaps only a dozen or so homes are left in the area. Is anyone able to confirm that or speak on that?
I'm sorry, they said that there's only about a dozen or so homes left in there. Well, that is an exaggeration, but I will tell you, it looks like a war zone. I've never seen anything like it. You can go blocks where there's no homes, and then you go a block where you'll see a little bit of smoldering on a tree, but none of the homes have been impacted. We don't have a final number yet, do we, Chief Maroney?
No, we don't.
No, but there's no question that especially around Eaton Canyon, I was absolutely shocked is not even the word, for the destruction that it caused in that area. And then I went up to Farnsworth Park, and gone. So we'll have a final number, but there are homes standing, especially as you head more toward Lincoln. but it's spotty. I mean, this fire was unpredictable. You had the winds going every which way and going strong, so you could have embers traveling miles, which is what we saw. And so that's why we had this like a whack-a-mole.
Hi, Ashley Mackey with ABC7. A couple of people, residents who have been displaced, have asked me about mail and how they get that and forwarded to them, and holding packages, Amazon, that kind of thing. What should I tell them?
So the U.S. Post Office, and I think it's going to be at the Lincoln branch, is going to be holding mail. They're not delivering, obviously, for obvious reasons. But those that have been impacted by the fire, they can reach out to the post office, and they are coordinating an effort to make sure that people get access to their mail. And then for those that who still have their homes but are not getting the mail delivered, they're going to be coordinating that as well. So that's going to be rolled out through the United States Postal Service, but they are on top of it. Thank you for that question.
That will conclude our press conference. Anyone that would like to break out, we'll have Spanish-speaking PIOs along with other POs on the side. Thank you all for coming, and stay safe out there.
I met with them yesterday, and they let me know that. So they'll give it for free.
15 minutes away from here, the Santa Anita racetrack has given us their whole parking lot for 24-hour access. Whatever is over here needs to get picked up and take over to the Santa Anita racetrack. We can continue this. We can continue this however long we want. However long the city needs us, we can do this, okay?
Guys, I know it sucks, but we need to move.
We did it once, we could do it again. The good thing about the people over here, we work way faster than the fires out there. So let's work as fast as we can to get everything out of here over to the Santa Anita racetracks. I'm going there right now. I'll be the point of contact over there. You'll see me. I promise you, you'll find me. Okay?
All right, guys.
Pardon me, sir. What's your name? My name is Alan.
What's your
last name? G. I don't want to be on the camera.
And putting
Guys.
stuff in order, we need to keep it that way. So if you go and grab clothes, grab like for like. If it's men's clothes, put them all together. If it's women's clothes, put them all together. You guys did such an amazing job. We don't want
Hey, guys! One thing, let this be known. Let's give a shout out to the TikTok crew that made this happen. There were 5 people. We're not giving them enough credit. If it's not for them, if it's not for their community right here, none of this starts, guys. Okay? They did this thing 48 hours. The cops tried to shut us down one time, it didn't work. They tried to do it again the second time, it didn't work. Now we got the city on our side because of these people right here. Okay? We started with 400 hot dogs. Look around at what we've done with 400 hot dogs, guys. Okay? They went and bought hot dogs. This group right here, look at them. They're the people, they're the reasons why we're here. Guys, now as a team, let's load all this stuff up. Santa Anita racetracks. I'm going over there. I'll be the point of contact.
We don't have enough bags or boxes. Go to the vendors here and ask them if they have empty boxes that we can have that they don't need, okay? I know it's not ideal, but we're just working with what we have, okay? I don't know that you're going to get that.
Oh no, it's going to be under.
They're ours now. I need them in my collection. Oh, serious?
I didn't need any, but like, sure, there was all the Claire, so everyone, ladies, the YMCA over on 611 East here allow you to keep donations. So if you guys want to start packing up your vehicles with this stuff and go to the YMCA and we are ready and willing to take us and the volunteers in supply. They don't have any. So it's up to you if you want to go to Santa Rita or if you want to go where there's currently like Claire, I think you should go do that.
Oh, right here? See the fellas? He's going to be reversed. Yeah. All right, come back.
You want to take a photo? Can you take your photo? He's my photographer right now. Hey, how you doing, sir? You have this one.
They're trying to get some of their thumbs. You guys are on her now, like, if you get it right now. They're taking everything. It's like right there. Okay, I'll start.
I'm just, yeah. Yep.
He's gonna go through here?
I think so.
Excuse me, guys. They might go through here with the scrub.
Coming through, please keep yourself. Coming through. Come on. Coming through, let's be careful.
As soon as I get back to the car.
nada, búscale tú.
Ya.
Mira, acá hay más cosas. Mira, acá hay esto.
Para mí.
Mira, Pedro, comida. Ahí está, ahí.
Any baby diaper? What size?
They moved.
How old are they?
They were moving because the National Guard was on that
I'm helping a whole family. Is it newborn or no, not newborn. Maybe like 3. Like 3 years old. Any wipes also?
¿Por qué no metes y lo dejas bien? A mí no lo tocan.
But then, hands like okay. Sorry. There might be some over here.
Just left right now.
Do you have babies on?
All right.
Coming through, guys. Careful, please, coming through. Move aside, please. There's a car coming through, guys. Car coming through. Can you guys be careful? Por favor, con cuidado. Coming through, guys. Car coming through. Stay back.
No, aquí, porque todo el mundo está yendo a ver.
You didn't go? It's open. They don't. Oh, now it is. It's open.
¿Quieres agarrar un juguete?
Thank you so much.
I can find a man. No, but I can learn. Really?
If you're looking for another place to go, 611, no, 611, the YMCA, 611 East here in Madre. They need volunteers, they need supplies, they need help.
Okay. All right, guys. See you later. Thank you again. All right.
It's okay. I mean, it's by the time you fucking.
I'm right here.
Where?
Right there.
Okay. I'm a block over and a block up.
Yeah. I'm here now. Is Brian with you? Yes.
I wish they were here to just any toys or anything that they can play in their life.
How many? Nice.
Hey, is this truck moving over to San Anita? Yeah. Who's driving it? Yours? Hey, the State Homeless Center on Raymond, maybe like 2 miles back there. Okay, perfect. Yeah, one on Raymond. Go ahead. Yeah, I just on the phone with him. Yes, sir. Who do I say? Erickson. Yeah, just you got 10. Just you got 10 minutes in the water. I don't know about that part. Yeah, these guys think they need some compensation.
Maybe we should do the full ones first, dog. Maybe we should do the full ones first, so we can have the solid ground. I'll let you do it. Of course you can. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Let me put one more on top of there, yeah? Yeah, close the tailgate before anything.
I think you said inside too.
He went over there.
Where's he at?
Right over there, talking to that guy. Did you really? You got a hard one.
Okay, thank you.